Dubai, a city of dreams.
From sand to city, welcome to the Golden Land.
It's where I lifted my first trophy.
Rory, the story in Dubai, and it's just the first chapter of what will be a very interesting book.
The greats of the game have won here.
He has. And Woods is home in 31.
An opportunity to join legends of the past.
And we've seen Seve in that mood before.
Now who will make their mark?
It all comes down to this.
Welcome to the Hero Dubai Desert Classic.
It's a Monday finish for the second Rolex Series event of 2023. Who is going to lift the famous Adala Trophy in the 34th edition of the Hero Dubai Desert Classic? Plenty of Race to Dubai and Ryder Cup points are up for grabs. Victor Perez, last week's winner in Abu Dhabi, leads the way currently in the Race to Dubai rankings. There he is. These are the projected rankings, so if Rory were to win today, as things stand at the moment, where Perez is, which is a share of 4th place, McIlroy would be 2nd. What a week it's been for young Dan Bradbury. Callum Shinkwin will play with Bradbury and McIlroy in the final group. And they are off in just under 25 minutes' time. There's Rory down on the range. Anthony Wall, what do you think he's thinking he's got to shoot today to finish the job here?
Yeah, I think 68 or 67. He's the best starter out of the leading groups. He loves the front 9, going by his scores. So I think he can take care of business if he continues to perform in that vein.
Disappointing bogey 6 at the last yesterday, Alison.
Yes, which will be in his mind should it come down to the wire later on today after what happened 12 months ago. Almost an identical shot that he hit that put him out of the event. He's in a much better position though with a 3-shot lead over that man there, Callum Shinkwin and Dan Bradbury, going into this final round.
What a thrill for those two players playing with Rory on this final day in Dubai. He's not got a great record, Callum Shinkwin, in the Hero Dubai Desert Classic, but he's played nicely. He's got himself in position, and here is, what a story, 23-year-old Dan Bradbury.
He's just so calm. That's what I like about watching Bradbury. He's a young fella, clearly just loving the moment, and he's taking full advantage of it. It's quite amazing to watch him yesterday.
Difficult to believe it's just his 7th start on the DP World Tour this week. He's already won. That came at the Joburg Open. Played with Rory yesterday. And out again. There it is for you. McIlroy by 3 from Shinkwin and Bradbury. There is Perez, last week's winner, topping the group at 11 under par. You've got a major champion in the form of Patrick Reed. You've got Ian Poulter in there as well, in that group at 11 under. Richard Bland, a runner-up here 12 months ago, pipped in a playoff by Victor Hovland. We've enjoyed watching Michael Thorbjornsen, the young US amateur player. He's only 21. He's got plenty of game. And Lucas Herbert, a former champion, also in the mix, heading into this final round. Out to the course, to the par 3 4th, and Bob McIntyre.
Bogey birdie start to here. Started nicely as well yesterday.
Set down.
Was racking up the birdies at one stage, and look, he might have a chance for 3 in a row. Identical start so far, in fact, to round 3.
Well, Rory has got the driver in hand. That needs to behave a little bit better, doesn't it?
Very much does. He's only hit a third of fairways. This is quite incredible. That's how good the rest of the game is for McIlroy. That's a winning shirt, isn't it? But no, I think he can carry most dog legs. So his hitting area is slightly smaller than some. I think that's against him, but also he's going in with shorter clubs, so there is an advantage there.
Yeah, when you look at the numbers, he's 131st of 132 in driving accuracy this week, but he's inside the top 20 in strokes gained off the tee, so that's kind of where his advantage lies in getting it further down. It doesn't always penalise him missing it.
Good round from Ryan Fox, wasn't it, yesterday? Remember, he was runner-up to McIlroy last year in the Race to Dubai, then called the DP World Tour rankings.
And people like Fox, you know, they're looking to get off to a really fast start, and they might get lucky. They might end up only 2 behind after 5 or 6. That's what he's hoping for.
from Spain, Emriates.
Emriates is a Dubai resident. He was going nicely yesterday, and then he made a double bogey at the 13th, a par 5, which is unusual for him. Managed to pick up a shot at the 18th. So he's in that group at 11 under par, 4 back.
Yeah, it was a bit of a bizarre double bogey as well, in the fact that it was really just one shot, hit the palm tree, and then it was like everything that could go wrong just happened all on that par 5 for him. Errors really compounded.
Taking on the corner here at the first, not even sure he's got the power to reach the fairway on that line. Down into the rough it goes.
On the tee from Spain, Angel Hidalgo.
Well, completely different styles. I think Arnaus would probably want Hidalgo's short game, and you've probably almost got the perfect player.
Yeah, incredible scrambler. That's what got him into the mix at Valderrama. He's one of the best putters in the field, playing alongside Ian Poulter again today. He was so thrilled to do so yesterday, said he was one of his idols growing up. Enjoyed the experience, 2 days in a row.
He's a golfer to me that loves being in the moment, I think. He's so young and fresh to watch. He's quite invigorating. He's got such enthusiasm for the challenge. It's quite funny to watch.
Right!
Bound to be a little bit of tension out there today for Hidalgo, isn't there?
On the tee from England, Ian Poulter.
Really good back nine yesterday for Poulter. Came home in 5 under par, including an eagle at the 13th.
And that's the trouble with the first hole. Hidalgo, Poulter, they can't carry the left side where an Arnaus, a McIlroy, a Ryan Fox, they can take that bunker out of play. So it's a much harder tee shot for the shorter hitters.
Down that left rough. It is interesting how much that back tee has changed the tapestry of that hole, seeing a good club or two extra in out to the right as well with the angle.
From the first tee over to the 4th green, and a birdie putt here for China's Ashen Wu.
Just a steady start. Got this for 2 in a row. Made a birdie at the par 5 third. There you see the difference. Greens are picking up a little bit of speed, and it's still early morning. They'll dry out pretty quick out there. It's a warm morning.
They've held up so well though, haven't they, given the amount of rain we had Wednesday through Friday?
Yeah, you wouldn't know it, would you? They're incredible, actually. There's not pitch marks everywhere. They're firm. Fair play, they've built them beautifully. Only a couple of years old.
Good segue to this young man, Michael Bjornsson. What's he, 21? The young amateur. That's 2 birdies on the bounce, though. There you go. Nice start. He's inside the top 5.
McIlroy making his way towards the practice putting green and then up to the first tee.
Thank you so much.
That's Maya Gowden. She's one of the future Falcons who played with Thomas Peters last week. She's going to Augusta for the drive, chip and putt. It's nice to see them building golf here in the UAE, something that Rory McIlroy's had a lot to do with, I think. The draw card.
Dr. Pawan Munjal, the chairman and CEO of the Hero Motorcore Limited, our sponsors this week. Nice to have them involved here for the first time. Shaking hands with Rory. McIntyre down the slope. He's been a little unlucky on the greens this week, hasn't he? He's shaved the holes several times. Could easily have been 4, 5, 6 shots better off than he is.
Super tee shot. perfect second for Ryan Fox, this for the perfect start. Just a fraction from right to left, lacking pace.
Fair play to him for teeing it up. Wasn't feeling that well. Wasn't sure if he was going to be able to play in this final round. It's a tough cookie, though.
Oh, he looks a little unsteady, doesn't he, there? So Torbjornsson with those 2 early birdies at the second and third holes moves it into the group at 11 under par. They are 4 behind our leader Rory McIlroy, who is off in about 15 minutes time. A Monday finish here at the Hero Dubai Desert Classic. Hero, by the way, have sold more than 100 million motorcycles and scooters since the company was formed back in 1985.
That is a lot. They've been a great supporter as well of men's and women's golf, sponsoring the Indian Open for the women and men multiple occasions. Just a little tap in there for Justin Harding,
who had the lead here through 54 holes 12 months ago. Didn't quite work out for him on the final round. There's one in the Middle East, in Qatar.
I'm just hearing if that was for bogey or double bogey. We'll get confirmation there. Scoring has him down for a 6 right now, so not the best start for the South African. This for a par for Richard Bland.
To the second of the par 3s on the front line, number 7, where 5 Hero motorcycles and a $50,000 cash prize are up for grabs for a hole-in-one. Here's Jung Hun Wang.
Yeah, nice prize. Back pin today. It's been front the last couple of days, so a little bit of an easier shot. Still not easy. Wonderfully judged.
So Torbjornsson has reached the 4th.
Yeah, the pin's down in this the back right section, which is something that they reshaped about 18 months ago when they redid the greens to afford more options down there. That should keep trickling down over the ridge. Ideal is probably just where the fronds of the bigger palm tree is, just left of that flag today.
Back down the first fairway.
Always seems to be down the left. Ian Poulter's just trying to sneak it round the dog leg, but just doesn't have the power anymore. So it is a pretty demanding opening hole. Lie looks to be pretty good, so he should be able to carry the front bunker. That sounded heavy.
It's going to be a very long birdie putt to come for Ian Poulter, but at least it didn't plug in the face of the bunker from the rough.
Needs to take a little bit of inspiration from what Miguel Angel Jimenez did there earlier this week. Hold apart from about 70 or 80 feet right from the back of the green to Matt Wallace at the second, the short par 4.
And I would say the hardest pin on that green. You try and see people trying to get there and they always seem to come up short, but that's worked out quite nicely.
And certainly we're seeing players having to dig a little bit harder, aren't we, in the rough. It has definitely thickened up over the last couple of days. Here's Matthew Jordan.
Found the fairway at 6. Pins nestled in the back right corner today. Long green, narrow. Yeah, it's a fine play. He's 2 under so far for his round. Going along nicely.
The famous clubhouse here at the Emirates with the Majlis tents. And an extra day in Dubai for us this year with the Monday finish, but that's not a problem because it is a beautiful part of the world. Stunning, the Jumeirah Palm Island with the Atlantis Hotel away on the end. They've added the new Atlantis, the Royal Hotel as well, which is something special. Plenty of hotels and restaurants down there. And also in the Dubai Marina, all man-made, quite a feat of engineering. If you come here with the kids, take them out to the Dubai Fountain, watch the light show in the evening. Such a popular part of the world, and that's why over 16 million tourists visit Dubai each and every year. And of course we're lucky enough to be back here later in the year because the Race to Dubai season concludes over at Jumeirah Golf Estates and the Earth Course with the DP World Tour Championship.
Yeah, this city really does play a big part in the DP World Tour these days. The DP World Tour has been here since the start, then the European Tour back in 1989.
Well, looking high, which did surprise me for Arnels. Has to be right, so he's just trying to give himself an angle. Nearly got his playing partner.
Difficult, I should say, to overstate the significance of this Rolex Series event for a lot of players out there, especially the likes of Angel Hidalgo. It could mean an awful lot in terms of how their season, indeed their career, pans out if they can get a top 5, top 10 finish here.
It does take a massive stress off your year to do that.
Okay.
And they come quickly, two in a row at the start of the season as well. You need to be ready to fire for Abu Dhabi and here in Dubai.
Well, he looks to have got lucky. It's on the spectator walkway. Possibly got a clear view. And with the pin on the front, I don't believe he can get within 20 feet. We'll have to wait and see. But if he pitches the green, it should have a bounce to this. It's coming in pretty low.
Thank you.
One of those players plays the game, doesn't he? Oh, that would have looked so good.
He took it on, didn't he?
Yeah, he's quite refreshing, isn't he, Angel Hidalgo? It was a lovely moment when he wrapped up his playing rights at the end of last season in Spain. Borrowed Tiger's head cover. Back to the first tee. Patrick Reed swishing away. Alistair Scott's our starter.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. This is game number 27. On the tee from the USA, Patrick Reed.
11 under par, 4 behind. And Anthony Wally was involved in a situation yesterday at the 17th, which has been the talk of the golfing world on social media over the last 12, 14 hours or so.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Will it distract him today? It's a difficult one, isn't it? The onus is on the player to A, make the right decision and B, make a judgment call, which the referee did. And they came to a decision. I'm not a lover of the rule, I have to be honest.
On the tee from South Africa, Sean Norris.
Well, he's been a prolific winner all over the world, has Sean. Picked up his first DP World Tour victory in March last year, down in South Africa on home soil. Tends to be a player who flies under the radar a little bit, but he's got plenty of game.
Yeah, very powerful. Strong game, absolutely.
On the tee, the Rolex Series winner at the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship last week, from France, Victor Perez.
Said after yesterday's round that, and it was bogey-free, that maybe flattered him a little bit. He struggled in the early stages of the round before getting into his stride. But that 66 has certainly given him a chance of going back-to-back in these Rolex Series events.
Yeah, he must be full of confidence, you have to be honest. He's got an incredible run he's on.
By the first green, Emriates, third shot. Going high and hopefully soft, should grab. So like coming back for an opening par, working hard for it, right from the get-go.
And just to confirm, it was a double bogey for Justin Harding a little earlier. So, goes without saying, not the start he would have been hoping for. Torbjornsson for birdie at 4.
Might be a little bit easier for him today. Out at the spotlight, he would have enjoyed having it on him yesterday. That's what you do as an amateur coming to pro events. Play freely out there today.
Yeah, it's nice to sort of get that out of the way. He's played well in the States, so clearly comfortable. I look to him to have a good score today. That's not ideal for Poulter.
A little off-brand for him.
Greens are just getting a little bit quicker as the week has gone on. We did have all that rainfall, of course, on Wednesday, Thursday, and a little bit on Friday as well, which disrupted events, and that's why we've got the Monday finish. Is Julian Broom makes his birdie at the second.
2 and 3 are going to be really important holes for the chasing pack today, Anthony, early on.
Yeah, absolutely. You can easily make a couple of pars on them if you're McIlroy. So yeah, they have to make birdies definitely, just to put a little bit of pressure on.
Saw the approach from Matthew Jordan at 6. This to get to 10 under.
And 6 is typical of the front 9. All the pins for me again are tucked behind the bunkers, so you can chuck a couple of bogeys in.
He'll take a par there, especially on that hole. So will Hidalgo at the first hole, out of the bunker to here.
Yeah, he mustn't have had a great lie. Really good short game, maybe a little bit on the down slope. I'd expect him to get that inside 6 or 8 feet.
Straight from the get-go, quite a individual putting starts. More on that as the day progresses. Back to 2. Broome makes. What of Matt Wallace here? Should move a little left to right off the back edge of that bunker. Yeah, perfect.
Very much starting to look like the Matt Wallace of old, isn't he? The man who won, what was it, 3 times? Back in 2018, just missed out on making the European Ryder Cup team. As Rory McIlroy makes his way on to the first tee. The world number 1 will be underway soon. And let's get his thoughts on his third round, 65.
He's the world number 1 from Northern Ireland, Rory McIlroy.
Got off to a great start with those 4 birdies in a row, and then hit a little bit of a lull.
4 for 4, what a start from McIlroy.
Made a really good par save on 11, which sort of kept my momentum going.
Goodness me, how about that?
Kick started again with obviously 3 nice birdies in a row in 13, 14 and 15.
It's another stunning iron shot from Rory McIlroy.
It's nearly there, it's not quite there, but I'm making the most of the good shots that I'm hitting and putting well.
It's a round that so could easily have been a round in 63.
The chances I'm giving myself, I'm converting, and that's the reason I'm on the score that I am.
So McIlroy underway shortly. In the meantime, up to the first green in the par putt for Adrian.
Might have learned a little bit from Angel Hidalgo's putt. Leave that one out to the right. One goes to. A shot gone for Arnaus as well.
Ian Poulter also with a 12-14 footer for par as we go to McIntyre at 5.
Greens look beautifully fresh and cut prepared. Makes these ones a little easier. Ryan Fox had this putt, just got a little bit deceived by the pace of this. Missed it left. Not for Poulter though.
Well, a little bit of a delay back on the first tee there. He's had to be patient this week. He likes to play briskly, and it's not been the quickest of weeks with lift, clean and place and various rulings.
Everyone's had to be patient. Everyone's had to keep some energy up their sleeve. It's amazing how much on site, how much an extra day feels. It feels like a marathon, doesn't it, Anthony, this week?
Yeah, absolutely. And the course almost sort of aids that a little bit. A lot of dog legs, as I mentioned, that people can carry over, so they do have to just hang on and wait.
Right, following this group, it's good morning to John Morgan.
Good morning, Don. Here we go. Victor Perez from the right semi. Grass against him. Some type flag. This is on the left.
Shot.
That's not bad from there.
No, obviously worried if it, maybe worried that it was going to turn over and short side himself. Beautiful morning, Johnny.
Oh, crackerjack, it really is. Spick and span out here. Not a cloud in the sky. Jet set, ready to go. Now Patrick Reed from the centre of the fairway. Rocking the red dot on the ball. There's a couple of yards extra. A little bit of breeze behind you. Big deep bunker looks short. And last but not least, Norris. 163 yards to go down the left-hand side of this fairway, cutting the corner off a little bit, shortening this hole quite considerably, which is always handy. Good strong opening hole this. Just a little late, or maybe just thump a 9 actually.
Yeah, it looks a very, very short 8 iron. Looking at it, that's a golf shot.
Currently playing as the hardest hole on the course. Just saw one birdie to that pin. How nestled it is in that left section. Great shot from Norris there.
So back on the first tee. Almost ready to go. This final 3 ball of McIlroy, Shinkwin and Bradbury.
This is the final game and the final round of the Hero Dubai Desert Classic, the 8th tournament in the DP World Tour and the 2nd event in this year's Rolex Series. On the tee from England, Dan Bradbury.
Would like a little bit more of what he showed in the second round when he shot the low round of the week here on the Majlis course. A wonderful bogey-free 63. He says his game's in the right place. It is his first appearance in this tournament.
Won't be his last. Is that going to hang on to the fairway? Yep.
On the tee from England, Callum Shinkwin.
Missed the cut last week, and in fact he's missed the cut the last 2 times he's been here to the Hero Dubai Desert Classic, but he's clearly found a little something out there. He said he took him a while to get going yesterday, so I'll be looking for a slightly faster start out there today.
Well, it will carry left side, but will be blocked out.
On the tee, the DP World Tour champion. He's the world #1 from Northern Ireland, Rory McIlroy.
So a 3-shot lead for the world #1 heading into this final round and this Monday finish, looking to win this title for a 3rd time. Only Ernie Els has done that before.
Well, the line's good. He might just run out down that right side. No, that's nice. That's a good start for McIlroy.
Who has not yet won a Rolex Series event, but he's got a great opportunity here. He's also never won on his first start of the season, and this is where he begins his schedule this year. Well, all eyes on Rory, as they always are wherever he plays in the world.
Good start, 1 from 1 fairways. Yeah. Only hit 2 for the entire day in the second round.
Up to the first green, Victor Perez.
Challenge could come from him today, full of confidence. Won last week, nothing to prove mentally, he's in a good place. Wants to make that Ryder Cup team, and he's looking good at the minute.
Here's the man he succeeded in Abu Dhabi last week, Thomas Pieters.
Par start. It's longer than he'd like at the par 5, but if it drops, which it does, yeah, that's fine. You really do feel the need to be at least 1 under through 3 here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm amazed if he doesn't challenge at some point today. Pieters, he's playing well. He seems to be able to make birdies for fun when he's interested.
Patrick Reed at the first. He's probably learned a little something from Victor Perez.
It's just rolled out a little more than he'd like. Left to righter coming back.
From the United States, Johannes Veerman with this little tickler downhill at the 4th.
That was never missing, was it? Perfect pace. You can just tell by the body language sometimes. Gets one back that he dropped.
Well, Norris had a lovely shot in there. Grease firming up. It was pronounced there. Pitched it short of the flag. This is a slip one down the hill for birdie.
Not seeing much hold from up there.
It's a difficult putt to commit to there, down the hill. You know they're quick.
To the champion of 3 years ago, Lucas Herbert. This for birdie at the 3rd. Par birdie start for Lucas. To the 2nd, and Poulter.
It is a great pin, this always has been, because no matter where you leave it, there's almost only about a 5-yard gap that you have a really good view. He's going to hate that from himself there. It's an unforgivable.
Well, Patrick Reed shaved the hole going past, but he's left himself about 3.5, 4 feet or so for his par here at the 1st. Hasn't missed too many of these in his career.
And won't start now either.
As they head to the second tee, we'll go back down the first. McIlroy and Bradbury in the fairway. Callum Shinkwin away in the left rough. And Wayne Riley is going to be following this final match. Morning, Raider.
Good morning, everybody. It's a gorgeous day, and we've got a nice crowd out. We were wondering whether they'd come out in force, and they have, and it'll only build during the day. 179 yards, and this is where you want to be, down the right-hand side with a flag. Over there left, a little bit of help in the air, it's all good. 8-iron.
That was a good call. Didn't need to go. It's good now.
.168. We haven't seen many birdies on number one. Maybe from this lad.
He's got the ball flight to just do that, land it so high, so soft, which is what that pin requires. Safety out to the right as well.
What he wouldn't give for a repeat of yesterday's start and those 4 straight birdies. That would certainly give others something to think about, maybe deflate them a little bit. Shinkwin.
156, this is risky. The lie is wet and it's down, and he needs to cut it, and the ball's above his feet. It's all bad. Needs a little bit of luck.
Hopefully that didn't plug. Would have flung back down. Yeah, it did. There we go.
I think he was lucky, wasn't it? Pitched in the face and then rolled back down the slope. So a little more straightforward now for Callum Shinkwin. It's a Monday finish to this year's Hero Dubai Desert Classic.
It'll bode well for Dan Bradbury that it's not his first round out with Rory McIlroy today. We'll have got that experience yesterday. Now he can focus on the golf as we go to the 4th with Thomas Pieters.
Yeah, completely different mindset when you've done it once. Oh. That would have looked good.
Even Lucas thought he had it there. Watching on.
Goalkeeper.
This is the second, and Angel Hidalgo has already made his par. Ian Poulter, remember, found that greenside bunker. So this is going to be a par putt for the Englishman.
That's what's really good about this pin is the slope on the fringe. It just kicks it right and it rolls back into the bunker. There is no chance of sort of running one on if you get thinking of getting lucky. It will just kick away.
I don't think there's a chance for the 4 birdies to start, not with the pins where they've tucked them in the opening 4 holes. They're far more difficult than they were in round 3.
Well, he held a good one at the first, but he can't keep doing that, and that's going to cost Ian Poulter a shot. Back over to 4, and Lucas Herbert to get to 12 under.
He'll fancy this morning, won't he? Lucas Herbert likes a run.
Yeah, I saw him last night, and the mindset was still very much so on winning, trying to shoot a low number and make them chase it.
Short-sighted. He was very lucky. The ball stayed in its plug mark for quite some time. It dribbled out. Needs to get cute with this, or he'll knock it 6 or 7 past.
Yeah, spot on from both of you. That's just lovely.
Nice little settler for Shinkwin.
And to play these correctly, you do have to get cute with them. You really have to almost just, well, definitely decelerate through the shot. It's all feel and talent and practice. All of the above, otherwise it will race by. There you see how deep that bunker is. Good 6 feet or so.
Over to the second, and Emriates has a birdie putt here. It's a bogey par start for the Spaniard. Little change up in the commentary box. Dame Laura Davies has joined Anthony Wall and myself, Dom Hollier.
Yes, what a Monday we've got ahead of us, haven't we? Can Rory hang on? Will someone throw down a challenge? Probably they will, but your money would be on McIlroy at this stage, Anthony, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mentioned earlier he has had the best start of everyone this week.
I'm looking forward to watching this young lad Bradbury today, see how he goes about his business playing with the world #1. Down grain.
He seems to be calm and quite confident. It's a good mixture when you're playing with the best.
And the great thing about it, Anthony, is he played with him yesterday. He knows exactly what to expect. Look, Rory McIlroy isn't... to play with him, you'd never know you were playing with a superstar. You do by the galleries and, you know, his record, but he's not like that, Rory. He's a really good guy, and we're a dying race.
Yes, you certainly are. And like yourself, he is a joy to play with, absolutely.
He's just one of those guys. He's one of the good guys. You know, you could sit down and have a cup of coffee and shoot the breeze, anything but golf. He's just one of those chaps. This is right to left. Grain out of the right.
Looked good for a long way. Just broke off, as Radar said. A bit of grain maybe as the ball slows down. It makes it a lot more at the end of a putt.
Tidies up, so it is a par at the opening hole for McIlroy. Still 3 ahead. Laura, you've been a world #1. You won, what, 87 times or something around the world. A 3-shot lead. What do you feel about that, trying to wrap up a tournament? Is it a dangerous lead in some ways, or nice to have?
Well, obviously nice to have, but a very uncomfortable night's sleep. It always was for me. I was very nervous heading to any first tee, even to this day. And Rory, maybe not the same mindset as I maybe would have had, but you feel like it's yours. That's a big enough lead where it's yours, and you're thinking, oh, don't blow this. So that would be my only concern. But the way he's playing, the way he's scoring this week, not hitting it great, but he's scoring really well. So I feel like he's just in control of it all.
And you predicted a 64 yesterday.
Yeah, but I said 63 in the second round. He shot only 2 under.
Oh, yeah. So what's your prediction today?
Well, you'd have to think calm conditions again, 67 maybe at worst.
Go, bud. Go. Go. Right. Brilliant.
Yeah, that is brilliant. Probably as good as you can do from Norris. Almost took the pin out of play. Just played through the centre of where he's looking at.
Perfect conditions out there today, aren't they? As Bradbury taps in for his par, and there's hardly a puff of wind. Might just get up a little bit as the morning progresses. Tends to happen here in Dubai, doesn't it, Anthony? Tends to pick up throughout the day.
Yeah, by 11 o'clock you know pretty much what the day's going to do. So by the time the players get, certainly the leaders get through 5 or 6.
Scotland's Callum Hill at the par 3 fourth.
Well, that is an absolute beauty, isn't it? It used to look a lot more dangerous than that. The side of that green used to really shave off into the hazard, but they've kind of given the guys a little bit of a break with the new greens.
There's Patrick Reed at the second. What's he left himself, John?
A nice little round number, 60 yards, Dom. Little cutty one in here, generate a bit of spin to this tight right flag. Victor Perez found the bunker down the right hand side. He's short-sided himself.
Oh, that was a bit special, wasn't it?
Yeah, right on the flagstick. And just leaves him 3 feet or so for a birdie. One bounce. Middle stump. Impressive. Well, Bradbury, McIlroy and Shinkwin waiting on the second tee. Radar, does it look as though the group ahead are going to stand aside or not?
I'm not sure they'll stand aside. 3, 4, 8 today, and just a little bit of help in the air. Not a lot. I'm sure Rory will have a crack. Whether the other two do, I'm not so sure. Look, by the looks of things, they are going to wait. Just out of golfing etiquette, you know, the thud that the ball makes when it hits the front apron can be quite off-putting if they are putting. So I think they'll all wait.
Awkward one coming up for Perez. He's got to pitch this in the fringe, let it bleed out onto the green. All downhill on him. Gonna nip this one perfect on a slight upslope, which is a saving grace.
Interesting pre-shot. What we got there, Laura?
Yes.
Right, back to the tee. Dan Bradbury.
Out with the driver. He can get within 35 yards of it.
Hooked it down the desert. Anthony, you said you quite like that one anyway, to these left-hand pins. Well, that's come out the desert. Pretty nice now.
He's nearly pin high now, isn't he?
Well, Shinkwin doesn't lack in terms of distance.
Yeah, he'll have a go at it. He won't leave much behind. He'll take a running jump at this.
Yeah, he seems like he's got a carefree kind of attitude towards it. If it goes his way, great. If not, move on to the next week.
Yes, he's very much like that. You almost want to just rein him in a fraction. He's got loads of talent.
So up to the green, and this chance for Sean Norris.
Yeah, what a cracking chance. Some shot from that left rough. Muscled it out to here. Straight up the hill.
Yeah, be disappointed with that, leaving it short. That's not what you can do today with a world number one well ahead of you at this point. You cannot leave putt short.
He could so easily have started birdie. Right, back to the tee here at the second.
It's a very fluid motion. He does like him going left. Oh, there are bushes further down there. If it runs straight, it's fine.
An anxious look from England's Callum Shinkwin. Let's go to Richard Bland at the third. This for a birdie four.
Not much in it. Oh, lovely putt. That moves him to 12 in a tie, three-way tie for second now.
McIlroy at the second.
Would love to see him get it in that front bunker. Right. But this is more like trees and path over there. Oh, I think he's okay though. Looks like he might have just got past that branch.
Good luck getting close to that pin though from there. Absolutely no chance.
But he does sort of have the advantage that very few are actually making three there, where in previous days it was almost a gimme with that pin tucked away.
Well, pop up for Perez, scooted on by a little bit more than he would have liked. Bit of meat left on this bone now. Keep it inside the hole, keep it nice and firm.
It wasn't a bad putt, was it? But it is going to cost Victor Perez his first shot today, so he's back to 10 under 5 off the pace. Matt Wallace looking to move in the other direction.
Yeah, I was looking to him to make a challenge today, but certainly a bogey at the third, par 5, won't have helped the cause, but he's had a couple of others, so he's moving forward.
Yeah, I feel one of the chasers has got to go well on 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and get a good stretch through there with the easy back 9 coming.
Just 7 birdies so far today at this second hole, but a very good chance here for Patrick Reed, who almost holed it for an eagle 2.
He's obviously not happy with this, is he? You often see the caddy getting that close.
There's that line, aiming straight at the hole. Back and through, it should be easy, and it is. And he has had a nice little start. Par and a birdie.
Another one moves to 12 under, 4 of them now behind McIlroy. On the 5th and final day of the Hero Dubai Desert Classic, back-to-back we go in the Rolex Series. Last week down in Abu Dhabi, this week here in Dubai. McIlroy, in the early stages of this final round, still maintains that 3-shot lead. Good day for Alexander Bjork yesterday, and an early birdie for him as well. Really nice to see Callum Hill back after health problems, kept him out for most of last year. Gask 3 under, the front 9. He started at the 10th. We got a 2T start here because so many players made it through to the final 2 rounds, and we have got this early start. Not yet 10 o'clock here in Dubai, local time. Nice move from last year's D&D Rail Czech Masters champion, Max Kiefer. 4 under through 5. Lee Westwood would have played in a few Desert Classics, wouldn't he, over the years? Tommy Fleetwood there in amongst the 6 unders. Quite a spread here at the second for the final 3 ball.
Rory McIlroy, short-sighted, big style. Look, Shinkwin is down left. He's closer to the 3rd tee than he is to the green. So Rory McIlroy, the experienced campaigner, the lie's okay. It's a little wet over there. Experienced campaigner, you wouldn't think that he's going to leave this short and come up shy and short-side himself in the bunker. But this will be a great shot to keep it on the green. If he gets this with 20 to 25 feet past it, just a great effort. Going high, penthouse high.
Say that's exceptional. There was nothing to play with.
Yeah, I thought that was brilliant. As good as he could do. He's pitching on the downslope. If he misjudges it, it's going to run to there anyway. You see the face there on that 58 degrees, slightly open and hitting it hard. So he was very committed to that. That was nice.
Just stand still on the back, please.
Just a great lead for Bradbury. He's opened it all up. It's on a little downslope. The ball's nestled, which is good. That means a little releaser up the green.
I think he'll think that's a bit clumsy radar, won't he? Had plenty of green to work with.
What's the news on Shinkwin, radar?
Ugh. Look, he's going to go low. He thought about going high, but the bounce on the wedge, of some kind of wedge, you could just knife it straight over the back. So he's trying to run it through the rough. I think the ball will just get snaveled up unless he gets very lucky and needs to hit this so firmly off the hard pan.
It was actually really close to being a proper golf shot, that. Needed one more bounce and that hits the green.
Yeah, nicely played, wasn't it? Just shows there's more than one way. And for, like you say, a tiny bit more, might have just released onto the green, but he's left himself plenty of green to work with.
30, Patrick Reed.
Yeah, on the driver here, aiming up the right half of this fairway. That's where you want to do. Big bunker on the left. Rough left and right is pretty gnarly.
There's always a little bit more room up that right than it appears. That looks right, half right edge, but it'll be absolutely fine. Almost runs back into the middle.
Up one to Richard Bland.
Yeah, 170. Do not leak it right. Anything just left of the pin. Nice little downhiller. That's maybe a little too safe, but for him, in his short game, shouldn't be a problem.
Back to Hidalgo and his third shot at the par 5 third.
It'll be nice to watch to see how he expresses himself here. Always a big divot taker, loaded with spin. That bizarre bounce that got. It's almost maybe caught a bit of a pitch mark or something. He'll take it, mind.
As expected, come up a little shy. He knew what he was going to face with the next shot, so it's already in the back of his brain when he hit that second shot. So plenty of green, as you guys rightly described, to work with. A little clumsy, that one. Take a chair.
Yeah, surprised at that. Shoulders are very level. Wasn't really looking like he was ever going to dig into that, which is what you need from that sort of rough. And load that left side.
So a struggle there for Shinkwin and also for Thomas Peters here at 5. This is for par.
Got to keep the pace up, and he's done that. And he's got away with one. Very nice. Great putt.
In his heart, he's thinking 62 or 3, Laura, isn't he? That's where he wants to go. Somewhere close to Ernie Els' course record.
Yeah, somewhat surprising. 1994 he set that. You thought with all these great players have been here, and they've all been here, someone would have gone very low.
I always like to look into their eyes, and when I look into Bradbury's eyes, I see a jovial character. Already a great year, being a winner. So nothing to lose, freewheeling this kid. He won't go away. I feel as though he's going to be there right at the end.
Woo, on the 7th, across the green for a birdie, a long putt, just to get him into double figures. Although in reality, 2 putts here is great. Well, just have one. That was a very conservative tee shot, and he's got away with it. Lovely putt from Wu.
Took an age to get there, didn't it? That's because it was from downtown. Back over to 2, and the birdie putt now for McIlroy.
Out of his left, but the grain is out of his right. Ever so gently uphill.
Yeah, you could sense that he felt it was going to come back at the end, as Radar described. Good putt that. But that would have been a worldie of an up and down.
Par start for McIlroy. Saw the tee shot. Richard Bland's got the putter out here at 4.
Yeah, got to be a little bit careful with speed, because it is very quick. He slightly misread it. The pace was perfect. And that's okay. I'll give that one a 7 or 8 out of 10, because that's a good chance for his part.
Yeah, 12.9. That's starting to get quite swift, isn't it? Especially if you add a little bit of slope in there. Work to do at the second for Callum Shinkwin. This is going to be for par.
He's a tough cookie, Shinkwin. A winner. This is down the hill. And it's very fast. extremely quick. A little out of his left.
Yeah, just tried to nip it down in there, didn't he? He'll drop one. I played with him up at Glen Eagles a few years back in a mixed event, and he was a freewheeler for sure. It was a European, when the European Championships was on, and golf was involved in it. But what a good few days we had.
Charles Heffrey and Poulter at the third. So he moves to 11 under, 4 back. Nice bounce back after a drop shot at the second as well for Poulter. Bradbury for his par at 2.
Yeah, I feel like this is a big putt and he's up to the task. It wasn't a great second, but he's done well to 2-putt that.
Well, it's a bit early, but I expect 1 or 2 will gather at Wakefield Golf Club. Maybe there'll be another Bradbury breakfast, which apparently did roll over to a Bradbury brunch yesterday, and maybe further than that as well. And there he is alongside Patrick Reed and Richard Bland, 3 behind our leader Rory McIlroy on this final day of the Hero Dubai Desert Classic. Shinkwin back to the group at 11 under par. Ashenwu with that birdie putt at the 7th, moving into the group at -10, 5 back. Minwoo Lee had a poor day yesterday, but he's a couple under through 10 holes. So starting to move forward again. He's been in a rich vein of form in recent months. Ball positions at the par 5 third. It's going to be Patrick Reed first away.
Well, I think he's going to have to run and hit this if he wants to get home in 2. About 300 yards total. It's on a little upslope though, Dom. Maybe aiming at the right edge of the green and just cutting loose with this one. Maybe just not a bad play if you find the front bunkers.
Yeah, 280 the front, so just looking down the right, just to give him a little bit more of an angle. Shouldn't do him any harm there.
Norris to go next, down the left-hand side. Going with the iron just for a little layup. It's very tight up here.
Yeah, I can see that. Give himself a bit more of a full, maybe 54 from 100 yards or so.
Well, it looks like he's got the driver in hand. Is my eyes mistaking me?
All about those, Johnny, didn't we?
Oh, well, you're mustard out. I've been watching you on the range. Back at our digs, unbelievable. Should be out here, Anthony. A couple of yards closer. This is everything he's got. Gonna have to pinch this perfectly. Don't take a divot. Nip it off the top. Give it everything you got.
Ooh, what a shape. Just keep an eye on that one. Go on. Oh my.
Well, that's what 5 behind Rory will do to you. He's had a real cut at that. I like to see it, I have to say, but now I hope he doesn't pay too much of a penalty. Might be able to get a steep one in and stab it forward.
So stronger he would.
Sixth hole, Johannes Veerman for another birdie.
Yeah, very nice. Shame he shunk his trousers in the wash this week.
Yeah, it can happen though, Laura, can't it? When you're away for a few weeks.
Exactly.
Fortinet Stats identifying this par 5 third hole as the easiest on the course this week as we watch Dan Bradbury swishing away.
No hurt, no help. Off this second, third tee, par 5. Rory will just unleash on this. He seriously wants to find this fairway because he can reach easily with a long iron or maybe a little 5-wood or something like that, get serious elevation. But he hasn't been ace this week with the Chief. He hasn't been crooked, but he hasn't been straight. He's just missing them by a little.
Hang in. Hang in.
That's just going to find the rough unless he gets a very soft bounce. No, that'll make his mind up. Probably a layup from him of some sort.
Yeah, looked like right on the edge.
It's one of those holes, because it's a straightaway hole, it's difficult to see a shape. You want to hit it from right to left, Callum Shinkwin, but the go-to shot with these trampoline effect drivers is a fade. It just takes a little off it, distance-wise.
Oh, how hard does he hit that? Missed the bunker. Oh, unlucky. Don't always get what you deserve. That was a good swing.
Yeah, that's the line for me. Out that bunker, little fade, but obviously, as Radar said, maybe not enough distance with that shape. Poulter to the 4th, 11 under. He'll be looking at pins. He's not scared.
Yeah, top tee today again, which is always what they do the weekend. I like that. Tough one to judge with a back pin. Normally bounds through, but not anymore. Now they've sort of levelled off that green a little bit. So you have to be really brave.
Back one to Sean Norris from 110 yards, third to this par 5 third.
A different game plan, but he's a good wedge player.
Go a little.
No, he's had 2 good chances. He's given himself another one there at the 3rd as we watch Julian Brun from the back of the 5th green.
Amazing, when the pin was back on this hole, they couldn't get to it. Now it's just on the middle section, and this is a great putt. Won't go in, but what a really good judgment.
Yeah, that'll be good enough for par and to keep him at 11 under, 4 off the lead. Here's Thomas Peters from 168 at number 6.
Yeah, I think you're spot on, Laura. You said that earlier, didn't you? 6 and 8 and 9. If someone like Peters can maybe pick up a couple, which would be pretty unusual, but he has the ability to do it. Great shot in there. He might close the gap. They are the hardest holes out there.
Yeah, they're all very dangerous. Oh, this is awkward, isn't it? All sorts of problems here, Johnny.
It is, Laura. He's got a little root in front of him. It might come out a little bit low, but the trouble is he's just got a couple of branches that are falling from the tree, and the ball's lying against it. He can't move them or the ball will move. He's got to pick it up. He's on the still. This is super awkward.
Yeah, that is a good shot. Very unlucky, but it looked like he did have a little bit of a root into the back of the ball.
Well, playing with Julian Brun and Matt Wallace. This is Callum Hill for birdie at the 5th.
Oh, well done. I saw him last night when I was leaving. It was dark on the putting green. He was using the lights from the clubhouse to practice. Still going at about 6:15.
That's the ball of Patrick Reed at the 3rd. John?
Yeah, not a bad lie. Short of this green on the right-hand side in the rough. No problem. Still a little bit dewy on top of this grass. Making it a little bit wet. It'll affect this shot quite a bit. I think he'll pitch this about halfway, let it release.
Yeah, you'd expect someone of Reed's talent around the greens to get up and down 9/10 times out of 100. 9 out of 10, I should say, but that's not his best. Got there in the end, Laura.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's not a very good one
No,
in 10, is it?
not really.
I knew what you meant. Yeah, that's he'll be disappointed with that.
Richard Bland has just missed the fairway at the 5th. Looks to be quite a long way back.
He's just nicely ahead. He's away from all the noise and all the eyes, Richard Bland, which that'll suit him. And with his wedge play, he might pick up a few on holes where others don't.
Now, can pull to get to 12 under. 2 putts. Oh, it's got a bit of pace on it. Should start steady. No, it's okay, but you don't want to leave yourself too many of those on a Sunday. They become very, very hard to hole. Even though it's a Monday.
We've all done it this week, Laura, haven't we? This is Victor Perez. We're hearing back down the fairway. Rory McIlroy has laid up out of the rough.
Yeah, lengthy number coming up for Perez here, Dom. He's even right. This is going to break quite a bit off it. Down the hill.
What a good putt. I'd love to have seen that gone in. Reward for going with the driver, that would have been if he'd hold a long putt, but not to be.
Up to 6, Lucas Herbert from the sand.
He almost looks like he's in the face. Yeah, that probably helped him a little bit. Maybe just caught on the upslope a fraction. And no one's really doing much. That I think is down to where the pins are placed. So that does help McIlroy at the minute. But that will change. Back nines, birdies all over the place.
Well, chances here for both Sean Norris and for Patrick Reed. Well, whilst they make their minds up on that one, let's hear from Matt Wallace, who's having a very good week here in Dubai. He's with Incy Mehmet.
Matt, thank you so much for joining us. When you start the day 5 shots back, how do you manage your game plan when you're looking to catch up, if not take over?
Well, it's Rory, isn't it? So absolutely no eyes on the leaderboard. It's all about myself and beating the course today. Like most weeks, you know, like most days, round 1, round 2, obviously you're hoping for the intensity to be there and the focus, which it is. But it's kind of feeling like round 1, that's what you've got to do, try and put the best swings, best score you can, and see where it puts you at the end of the day. But hopefully with a chance, you know.
Yeah, well, you took the words out of my mouth. I was going to ask about that focus and intensity. You told me about that in an in-round interview earlier this week. How do you feel as though you've dealt with that so far? Because you said you struggled from a Wednesday to a Sunday, but it's a Monday.
Yeah, it's a different day now. I don't know. It's there. I haven't swung it my best over the last couple of days. So, you know, the focus has to be there and you've got to believe in yourself that you can get the job done. But I've got to turn up as a golfer now. You know, if I'm not swinging it well, I've got to manage myself well. I've got to manage the golf course, manage my misses. I'm still swinging it well enough to give myself chances. And I've got to try and take those. So the focus is there. And yeah, I know if I'd like to be a little bit closer, but if we can give ourselves a chance with, you know, last 5 holes to go, a lot can happen around here.
Well, Matt, we appreciate the insight. Keep up the good work. We'll speak to you later.
Thanks, Lindsay. Thank you.
So birdies for Sean Norris and Patrick Reed there at the 3rd, and that's 2 in a row for Reed. So he's climbed to 13 under and he's within a couple now of McIlroy at the top. This is where Rory has left himself. Has he wandered into the second cut?
Yes, he has. It wasn't a very good layup. It was a gnarly lie, a wet one over there on the right-hand side. Went to the 4-iron. Trying to leave it back so he can spin it. The angle is all wrong. The lie's okay. Contact won't be an issue. It's just a matter how much speed he can generate to get sufficient stop. And how brave is he? I'd imagine this is just going to be a little right of it.
It just makes it look easy, doesn't it? That's a tough, tough shot, and there it is, another 12-footer.
Yep.
This is where you want to be. Bradbury, 94. Time to spin one in there and knock it in there to within. Well, 8 feet. Maybe closer, young man.
Yeah, he knew it straight away. Asking to sit down.
Bland at the 5th. After a good iron shot. Best to climb alongside Reed within 2.
That's been the criticism of his career, hasn't it, really? On Sunday, they doesn't have the firmness of the putt. He needs to really hold those. That was a lovely second shot. Deserved more.
Back to 3, Shinkwin's 3rd.
1 over after 2. He wants to get that shot back as swiftly as possible. Adrenaline, that is.
To Reed, ahead at 4.
He's a tough tee shot to really judge. Into the sun, downhill, back pin. He's done very well. That's as good as you'll see today.
Yeah, 3 times he's won on the DP World Tour. He knows how to get it done on this tour and formerly on the PGA Tour.
To Peters at 6 to climb to 12 under. Well, that's a nice steady start from Thomas Peters, 1 under through the first 6. Back to 4 and Norris.
Very upright motion. Hands high. Stands quite near it. That's why he's a good wedge player.
Oh, come on. Get in. Why not?
Oh, he's called it early. He's called it early.
Good shot. Nice.
Good shot.
He's left himself below the hole, hasn't he? So he'll have a pretty good look, as will Patrick Reed there. Let's go back to number 3. Two on the green. Shinkwin missed the putting surface with a wedge.
It's awkward, this shot. Coming across a little saddle. He'd like to putt this, but where he's going right now, there's a little shoulder that wants to kick this to the left. So this is a bad miss. It's one of those flirting with the right edge of the green. You just don't hope you don't hit the collar and it bounces straight left. Downhill all the way, especially for the last 8 feet of its journey. It's quick.
Just keeps missing it in the wrong spots. Just putting pressure on himself. He doesn't need on a 4th round.
Perez, last to go here at 4.
Nice swing.
If he can get inside his playing partners, he'll have hit an excellent shot.
Not
quite, but it's not bad, is it, Dom? That's a lovely swing.
Back to the 3rd green. And Dan Bradbury with a birdie putt.
Yeah, he's just walking away. Go and have a look from the side, because it's ever so gently uphill, believe it or not. It wasn't like that back in the day, but it is now, and then it's severely downhill. And the grain is all over the place.
Well, that There's an unforced error. I have no idea what happened then. Obviously misread it completely, but also speed-wise, way out radar.
Yeah. Best forgotten.
Yeah, that was the issue for Dan Bradbury on day one. Had 33 putts in that opening round of 73. Did well to get himself back into the tournament with a 63 the day after, 10 shots better.
One feels as though Rory McIlroy is pulling out of the driveway. Or maybe he's still in the garage deciding which of one of 12 cars he's going to strap himself into.
It's a big garage, isn't it?
You'd imagine so. Okay, Rory. He manages his adrenaline very well. Been there, been here. Plenty of times with all the championships he's won. Of course, 4 majors, 3 FedExes, DP Worlds, and the resume is serious. He'll dearly like to hold this one and be 1 under after 3 and get this show on the road.
Just slides by. Nice aggressive putt. You won't see him leave too many short.
So it's going to be a par start for McIlroy. Quickly to Perez down the hill. He too will walk away with a 3 at the 4th hole. So he stays 1 over for the day. Little change up in the commentary box. Dame Laura, myself, Ali Whitaker and Andrew Coulthard's joined us as well to watch this par putt of Callum Shinkwin.
Thanks, Ali. Yeah, this is interesting. This is absolutely not a foregone conclusion. McIlroy needs to be more than 3 in front when he hits the turn. Otherwise, he's going to give players a nice little boost. That's exactly what that was for Shinkwin. Struggled for the par, but he made it in the end.
Goes down as a 5. One of those.
Norris after an absolutely beautiful. Well, he thought he'd hold the tee shot. Oh, he hasn't even held the putt now. That's a shame. Deserved better. He just misread it.
So he'll stay at 12 under par. This to do the same for Dan Bradbury.
Goodness me, I saw the 3rd shot in. I didn't see the putt, but he obviously had a shocker of a first putt.
Well, he misread it and he didn't hit it hard enough. So other than that, yeah, no, it was inexplicable really, because I think he just thought it was lightning quick down there.
2nd to the 5th with Ian Poulter.
You can see they got these flag sticks tucked today. Tough for the chasing pack to go deep, but Poulter from a good position fired an absolutely wonderful shot in there.
Yeah, I think even more than the rest of the week with these pins, fairways become even more paramount because the control can then be in their hands.
Delightful touch there from Callum Hill from the bunker on 6. That should keep his momentum going. Hot off the birdie at 5.
I feel like this has a tendency to break off the left-hand side for Reed for a 2. And I think he's going to hold its line, keeping it inside left on the air of caution.
It's one of the main spots where they did a lot of reshaping in that little back right corner, and it's going to fool many in terms of where you think gravity will take it. So Patrick Reed, no joy there. But there's little question that the par start of Rory McIlroy has given a few in the field an opportunity to take some strides closer to the lead.
Well, he's 3 shots worse than he was at this stage yesterday. Just clutching at straws slightly.
It is a par. The chasing pack is doing exactly that. Patrick Reed within 2 of McIlroy in Dubai. Couldn't ride it. 2 back-to-back Rolex Series events here in the Race to Dubai.
This is the DP World Tour.
Absolutely brilliant.
A season-long race across 44 events.
He's a winner on the DP World Tour.
Across 5 Rolex Series events.
Unbelievable! He is a Rolex Series winner.
We will visit 25 different countries.
There will be first-time winners.
And a breakthrough win on the DP World Tour.
And history makers.
And the Scottish Open has its youngest winner.
And it all ends in Dubai.
The DP World Tour Championship is his.
There can only be one champion.
Rory reigns supreme. #1 in Europe, #1 in the world.
This is the race to Dubai.
And Rory McIlroy did become the first man since the inception of the Rolex Series to take the race to Dubai. Then the DP World Tour rankings at the end of last season. That is the importance of the 5 events, 2 back-to-back here as McIlroy makes his way to 4.
From 170 on this wonderful little fourth, the par 3, 170, that equates to an 8-iron. Expect this just left of it. He doesn't need to force the issue yet.
Go. Go.
Oh, wow.
Go.
Oh,
Go.
surely not.
Go.
Surely not. Surely not. I don't believe it. Oh,
stayed up.
Lucky boy.
Hung up, didn't it?
I was going to say, Andrew, it's never nice leading, but it is, you know. It's you were expected to win when you're world #1, and you just, you know, 3 shots. No shots is enough.
No.
Yeah, it goes without saying, doesn't it? But it was never very comfortable. Kind of liked chasing all the time. There was just less expectation on you.
Yeah, he just tried to play the correct shot, 170, a little puff of draft into, and just tried to hold that 8-iron up and hit the perfect shot. And rightly so, he's well capable, but, you know, just left of it you would have expected. So he gives these boys a chance.
Shinko needs to hit a couple of good shots. Just been a little bit loose so far, and that's not good, but it's okay. He should have a chance of an easy par.
Somewhere between Shinkwin's ball and the flagstick. Bradbury? You know it makes sense. Dead still out here. It's a gorgeous morning.
Set. Set.
Yeah, double-crossed himself, hasn't he? Well, that's going to be lightning quick. Down the marble staircase there for Bradbury.
The ball of Rory McIlroy just on the left of screen there, down by the water, not in it.
Go. 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 Go.
Well, there's a little bit of stress in that voice. A bit of anxiety.
I'm actually surprised they left that collar of rough so steep. I mean, that's almost like saying we don't want you in the water.
You're speaking my language. Damo, speaking my language. That's why the slope's there.
They've done the same thing.
If you miss it, it's to run into the water. Same over there at 13.
Yeah, precisely. When he did win in 2009 and 2015, he only shot 70 in the final round. It wasn't, you know, a kind of prolifically impressive performance.
His last 9 stroke average around here is 71.3. When you consider the fact that he tears this golf course apart and he's 60% of his rounds are under 70. But it's also testament to the last day pin positions that are a good bit tougher.
Down the left again. Patrick Reed spent some time over there at the 5th this week.
Lucas Herbert down the hill at 7. We just saw Wu hold an absolute beauty from nearly double this. It looks like it's a bit low. Is it going to try? It's not going to claw its way back, but it's a good putt.
He's talked about his intentions of playing the events he likes, loves playing here in Dubai, obviously a former champion that will balance his schedule between here and over on the PGA Tour. We'll continue to do that.
Yeah, it's in the upper echelons of the golf game. It's a good place to be. Bland, second shot up the hill at 6, pin a long way back. That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, it's very nice. Interesting thing about Rory so far, his troubles have been going left. Today he's missed it a little bit right on the first, a baby cut, second right, third right, and again on the par 3.
Yeah, all kind of derived from the same issue, isn't it? But just not quite free-flowing yet.
Outside chance up the hill, if he can get it there. Adrian now, at 5, he can. Nice little bonus there. Gets back the drop shot from the opening hole, back to level par for the day, and 11 under total.
A huge hitter, Arnaus.
Bradbury down in the cabbage, try and open the club face up and give it a little bit of air time. He's on a little downslope, so this will just be trickling down to the hole.
Not trickling fast enough.
Yeah, we saw him on the second. He hit a chip like that and it got away from him. Maybe had that in the back of his mind.
This is up against the collar, and the grass is growing into him, which isn't pleasant. So easy to grab too much grass between club face and ball. So he needs to be quite vigorous down at the ball here and create speed and pop it with a square club face. There's plenty of green to work with. It's one of those, his contact is good. He might think about holding it, but contact is the issue.
That's very nicely done. It'll be a tricky putt, mind. That'll test his nerve.
Yeah, so will this situation, given that coming into today, he was 11 under on the front, 4 under on the back, which is quite the contrast to almost everyone else in the field.
Par putt for Thomas Pieters. Excellently done. Big round for Thomas. Again, Ryder Cup in the back of his mind.
Yeah, these guys will fight for every shot today, won't they? Lots more to play for than just this great championship.
165. Patrick Reed down his left-hand side, not a great lie either, not the angle to come in at. Pins halfway up on the left-hand side.
What was that? Well, we know what it was from Sean Norris, one he'd rather have back.
It was a Shankopotamus.
It was.
Down the hill, and it's a quick one. The grain is out of his left-hand side. I'm still happy with my 19 pick.
Yeah, well, you saw the pins, didn't you?
I'm pleased with 18, Radar, to be honest with you.
It's a nice one. Ali, I think you're struggling with 17.
I think 20 was still going to win.
Time will tell. And who will it be? I mean, it's less certain than it was. I get the feeling with Patrick Reed picking up a couple to here.
Really attack the flagstick, hit it in the middle of the green. That's exactly what he's done. That's right on his line that he was taking. Good shot.
Yeah, he's playing very well.
Back to the 4th, first par 3 in the course. Bradbury's par attempt.
Just gently out of his right.
Disappointing back-to-back bogeys from the young fella, but a lot of holes to play.
Quickly to 6, putting back towards it, Richard Bland.
Well, made sure he gave that one a little bit more this time after leaving it in the jaws on the previous hole. Be a good par.
Which will keep him at -12. You can see Ian Poulter got to that number. He tapped in at the last.
This is an uncomfortable one. Bogeyed the 2nd. Doesn't want to bogey the 4th. It's dangerous, but try and keep the speed up. If you just let it triple. He tried. He was brave, but unfortunately, that's another one gone. Not the start he needed.
No, none of these players have a chance if they drop in the odd bogey. It's the luxury that McIlroy has created for himself. Rory doesn't want to see his playing partners struggle. He wants to see good golf. He wants to be inspired.
Just enough on this to test him. That's fine. He's had the best start of all three, and the other two in that group are 2 over par each. It's 4 pars to start for Rory McIlroy. What a difference a day can make. They can trick the pins up. They have done that. So the field certainly has a chance here in the final round. It's day 5 of the Hero Dubai Desert Classic. The mark is exactly where it was at the start of the day, 15 under par, and that lead still belongs to the world #1 of Rory McIlroy here in Dubai. There's a Patrick Reed charging up behind him. Look at that today column, -2 the best on the front page. A little bit better though on the second. Minwoo Lee off to a quick start, as is Matthew Jordan. So they've both moved from 7 to 10 under par, just outside the top 10. A couple of steps in the wrong direction from those two in the final group there, Callum Shinkwin and Dan Bradbury, the pair of Englishmen, 2 over par. But there are scores out there. Ewan Ferguson, 4 under the card right now. Can be done. But he's through some of the scoring holes that they're yet to see. He started on 10, so you'd expect that from him. Looking back down at the 5th tee, radar's there.
Out with the 3-wood, just trying to get a little shape from right to left with that extra loft on it. No breeze whatsoever. The fairway cambers from right to left.
Yeah, that looked better. That looked a good swing. It's a good shot.
Stand still, please.
A little bit of super confidence.
Up to the green, birdie putt here for Patrick Reed.
Slow putt for Reed, straight up the hill. Might have a hint of left or right in this one as well. Got to give it that little bit extra.
He's an incredible putter. Reed is tenacious.
Speaking of Ian Poulter.
Yeah, found the rough. This will be tough. Just got to get it on that front edge and hope it jumps forward for you. Pin a long way back.
Down and touch the knuckle.
Must have got a flyer. He's saying get down. Well, that's okay. You can see all the back of the ball and he's got a lot of green to work with.
Slow start for Bradbury.
Go.
That's on Patrick Reed's angle, isn't it? He's going to have to get a sensible shot. Can't just keep dropping shots. The confidence will drain out of you.
That's a double green of 9 and 18. Some good pins at both of those. Let's go to 8 though with Thomas Peters down the right.
Yeah, the green just 4 off the right-hand side. He's got to cover the bunker. The strike has to be perfect. Middle of the green, perhaps. Yeah, quality shot.
This is for bogey for Sean Norris after the second we won't speak of that found the water. Pitch to here, took a drop obviously back there as well out of the drink.
What, you mean the Lucy Lockett?
Let's have a look at this. Right up the hosel. Rarely see a better shank than that.
But he's unlucky. If he just carries, he could have had a nice little shot back across the water. So as shanks go, I'd say that was an unlucky one.
The good thing is he's laughing about it, but you make sure you tuck that right elbow in from here on in.
He's going to drop at least 2. Back there on 5, up to 7, Richard Bland.
.190 safe shot. A lot of golf shots are going to look, you know, very commercial, but again, just because of the pin position, so that was slightly more accessible.
Perez can move to 11. Not quite. It was a good putt. Obviously liked the read, but just didn't come back for him.
5 under in the first round, level the second, 6 under yesterday, where he putted much better than day 2. Round 2, I should say. It's hard to remember which day it was actually on for some of these players. So just the par for Perez.
Should just go earlier in the week, Ali. It's too confusing.
Just the 4 birdies because of that pin position per se.
But who it's going to be, Radar?
It's going to be Rory McIlroy, and with these flags position, you guys are describing this one over there on the left-hand side, Rory front running. It's good for him because he can just play away from them a little, and he makes the chasing pack fire at them. And you fire at these babies, you'll come undone eventually. Short side yourself, and all nasties can happen. No wind whatsoever. 158, that's an 8 iron. And this suits his shape so very well. But I still expect it just right of it. Not only is he a great golfer, he's a smart one.
Safe isn't his style. That's the only thing, isn't it? It's sort of not playing his natural game. That's the only question mark.
Yeah, it's another shot that's just slightly right again. See, protecting that one that goes left, but with his irons, he's normally pinpoint.
Bradbury's on the way.
Got another chip.
Wasn't his strong suit throughout the week. It's the only category that he's lost strokes in 2 days out of 3.
Down deep, but the angle's so very good. So if you can pound on this, it might come out with a little topspin. 148. Go on, wriggle yourself on there.
Yeah, it's very good. He's done well there. Needs something to happen.
Up ahead, little fade required off this tee. God, left foot, the toe splaying out as he strikes the ball. Not a fairway finder, I suspect indeed it is.
Doesn't have to manufacture the fade as much as he used to a couple of years ago with the helicopter finish. Nice drive down there.
Peters down the hill on 8 after that fantastic shot out the desert. Won't be a huge amount of break in this. Oh, look at it. It just dribbles off to the right, but another par safely tucked away, but he needs birdies.
Back to Ian Poulter. Short of pin high in 6.
Plenty of green to work with. It'll pop onto the surface, let it release. Oh, what about that? Out of nowhere.
Electric from Ian Poulter there. 3 birdies in the last 4. He's within 2 as well. And in the holding pattern that Rory McIlroy finds himself in with all pars and a long-range birdie putt at 5, there's a little bit of light shining through the door for the likes of Poulter and Reed here in the Hero Dubai Desert Classic.
Yeah, I mean, most players would look to be sort of 1 under par through 3, something like that. The best player in the world has managed that on more than one occasion, even better than that. Not got there yet. Mind you, he's played the tail end of this 9 to this point very well.
Down to Bradbury with radar at 5.
Where he lands this, it's a downslope. And that's just what I was saying. He took that flag on out of the rough, out of position. If you do that, you are going to come undone.
Yeah, that was a mistake, wasn't it? Just trying to head it into the fat part of the green.
That's Mum. On the other side of the ropes in the white, watching on. Dad's here as well of Daniel Bradbury. Always nice to have that support and look over them maybe after starts like this, maybe walking through a couple of the collection areas, getting a little bit of a boost. He said most of the shouts yesterday were for Rory, but the few Dans he got meant a lot.
Yeah, I could never find my dad. He was always so nervous he'd be behind a tree somewhere, so I never really knew if he was out there or not.
Up the hill, and it hits a little shelf, and it's right to left all the way, just another lag putt.
It's going to make him think. I can't believe even how easy he's made it look that the difference is 2 at this stage.
Now, we saw Wu, as I said, hold from about that spot. But more realistically, yeah, that's okay. He's still got a little bit of work to do, but stay at 12 under.
Currently 3 shots back, would like to keep it that way. Richard Bland, it can only be 1. And it's Angel Hidalgo. He said that putting stance, looking straight over the ball, helps him see the line better in terms of his periphery.
Yeah, there's only one player whose nose is closer to the ground, and I think that's George Coetzee. But it's funny, when the pressure's on as well, you get smaller and smaller and smaller too.
A near miss as we go back to 5 with Xing Qin. Gave it a good look.
Looked like it meandered a little bit. Greens were reconstructed a couple of years ago. Still bedding down.
It's a par for Xing Qin. That was for a bogey for Hidalgo. Back up 1 ahead, I should say, it's 6.
Come on, young man, knock this one in down the hill. It's really quick. Down out of his right a little.
Yeah, it'd be his worst nightmare, this start. 3 bogeys in the first 5 holes, and all of a sudden playing with the world number one's not so much fun.
Yeah, I got to say, if he was going to have a difficult day, I thought it would have been yesterday for the first time playing with McIlroy. Not so much today, but that's a tough start for the Englishman.
He drops back to 9 under par, courtesy of 3 bogeys in a row.
There's a big board here beside this 5th green, and Rory can see himself perched on top, and underneath he's got Reed and Poulter. So he's fully aware of the situation. This is a tickler.
Silky. That was nice. And yeah, maybe he'll use that to inspire him and kick him on. He's always used it over the last 12 months to inspire him.
Reed, middle of the fairway. You've got to think he's going to go pin hunting. A little bit dangerous, bunker on the right, which leaves you a really tough up and down. Oh, and he's plummeted straight in. He'll hope that's come back off the slope. The sides of these bunkers are very firm, very unlucky if you stay in them.
Yeah, they have to push sand up and compact it onto the face, pack it onto it. So you get a 7 with a moving Ian Poulter, 1 over through 2, 3 birdies since then. Wasn't overly enamoured with the strike, but it's safe, it's dry. Seen plenty from long range there.
Yeah, you're just going to have to pick your moments, I think, in some of these holes today. The way they're set up. Norris. If it's me, I tell you, my right elbow's glued to the right side. Oh, that was better.
Yeah, that was they're always very nervous. The next swing after the unmentionable. Oh, and he's hit an absolute beauty, and well done, because that is in your mind. I don't care how good you are when you've hit one of them. Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah, fair play there, Sean Norris. Chance to get at least 1 back. Adrian House, 50k and a set of 5 Hero motorcycles up for grabs. A family of 5, as they say. Chase after that one.
Cracking shot from the Spaniard. Some club head speed in him. Ripping it.
Looking back down the 6th, radar's somewhere. There he is, down the left. Always watching.
He's finished in the left rough because he's double-crossed himself trying to play that leaky fade. Today, under pressure, he might go for his go-to draw shot, even though it's a dogleg from left to right. No wind.
It's very tight.
There's a little hill that I think is just over the hill on the right, which is thick rough over there. It's thick everywhere. It's so humid out here. The grass is growing in front of our eyes.
Quiet, please.
Just making sure he doesn't lose it left, isn't he? Land on the tee at it. Little baby fade. It's a long carry on that line for him.
Not much around.
Yeah, we'll see where that ended up. Most likely is still in the sand. I don't think it will have kicked too far left behind that bush. We will find out as we go back to 6th green, Patrick Reed and Johnny Morgan.
Well, Alec, he's got a nice lie in the bunker on a slight little bit of upslope. It's looking pretty peachy, and the awkwardness of this shot is there's not much green to work with, and it's down and away on him, but I think if you give him like 10 balls, he would fancy like he would hold like 2 out of this, so it's quite a friendly kind of inviting bunker shot he's got ahead of him. Might just want to have to pitch this just minuscule amount in the fringe and let it bleed out.
Yeah, Johnny, we've seen a couple, and that's exactly what the good ones have done. Lucas Herbert just hit a beauty from almost this same spot.
It's just Patrick Reed, short game magic. Poulter chips in, Reed lobs it in from the bunker. Gosh, we've got a story on our hands now, don't we? He's within 1.
It had to come from somewhere. Would you believe it? It's come from Patrick Reed. He's got within 1 already through the first third of the final round. Exceptional shot from the sand. He's got to 14. Poulter a further shot back.
Shrink going down the 6th. Crowd like it. Not always a guaranteed fairway, but oh, it's just unlucky.
There are a couple of holes out here where it's quite hard to get the edges of your fairway from the tee. That's certainly one of them, down the right half of 6. You can see how narrow that green is. It's a tough fairway to find. It's a tough green to find if you are even on the short grass. You can see the Fortinet course stats say it's the fewest birdies on the course this week. No questions as to why that is, just 31.
It's shaped like a tadpole. I mean, there's just nothing down there at the front. It widens up at the far end, but when you're down that fairway, it's such a long carry to fly the bunker. There's a good shot. You're just trying to hit it into this middle of the green, try and nick your putt.
Yeah, he's hit it just past pin eye on the left-hand side. Beautiful shot in it. A monstrous drive down here. Andrew, he's got to fancy this one, and yeah, just got a bit more electrified round this green after Patrick Reed's hole out from the bunker.
Perez very nearly follows him in. Still birdie free for the day, 1 over par. 5 shots back, just 2 back now is Ian Poulter.
Right to left on this. Didn't get that one right, did he?
Well, you would never think Ian Poulter could hit such a poor putt. The only good thing about that is he's left himself a pretty much straight up the hill. Now can Norris cash in on his great shot?
Yeah, that was a shame because it was a wonderful response after the blob on the previous hole.
Up to 9 with Thomas Peters, who's found the fairway.
Pin today, 24 on 7 from the left, so that water's definitely in play. Not if you hit it like that, though.
Tell you what, 2-3 yards left of that. He's bringing the water into play. That right over the flagstick. That was great. Needs a big back 9, Thomas Peters.
There it is down on the bottom left of your screen. Sharp dog leg round to the right. Does feel like a rite of passage coming here if you're a golfer, especially in the professional men's game with this Hero Dubai Desert Classic in its 34th edition. Many of the players playing here this week weren't even born in edition number 1. So much good content as well. If you go to that QR code, hover your phone or device over it on the bottom left, and you get taken to the DP World Tour website. You can watch the scores, amongst other things, get all the latest news there. So it's Bradbury play next.
190 on a downslope in the junk. Okay, Bradbury, if you're going to miss this, you can't go at this flag. You can't get it close. It's just not happening. If you're going to miss it, you miss it left in the rough and open the angle up. Give yourself the best chance of an up and down. Hammer time with a 6-iron.
He hammered it, absolutely. Gave it everything. And that's a fine reward. Good shot from there.
Great.
So maybe that'll be the momentum shift that Dan Bradbury needs. So we go to 7 under the hole, Hidalgo. Trying to get to double digits. Get back to them, I should say. Hasn't all gone his way so far. Ball on the way as well from Callum Shinkwin. Popular spot. That right bunker today, Nick Doherty's joined us in the commentary box.
Yeah, not a great spot to be, although we've seen a few special shots from there.
150 yards for Rory McIlroy, and you've already seen a shank today. Ugh. Dare I mention the word? The ball is well below his feet in the cabbage, 6 inches out of the waist area. So it's so easy. Everyone feels as though these shots are going to go right, but you turn the club in and grass wraps around the hosel and you hoik it left.
Like a magnet, that bunker. It's half an acre down the left side to aim at.
See what the lie is like. Both those players in it as well at 6.
It's very heavy, isn't it? Very heavy, but sometimes you just got to stay away from them. 'Cause even Rory McIlroy is going to struggle from that sort of spot.
Yeah, I think he'd be half expecting that to wrap around the hosel and tweak it left on him. It's not a good spot. 10 under. And all of these guys, even off to slow starts, lose to 11. Even with a slow start, he's still got some hope because McIlroy has not been quick, far from it, out of the blocks.
Yeah, I think the pins are difficult, so it is hard to really get a fast start. He's been the best starter of all the leaders this week. He's made the most birdies, but it's just proving if you're slightly out, which that one wasn't, it's difficult to make a score.
Second birdie of the day for Lucas Herbert. So he makes the turn in 33. He is within 3.
It's been a really good start for Ian Poulter, an early bogey, but 3 birdies since, trying to keep that momentum on his side to stay at 13.
Got himself a couple of that length, out of character from long range to have to polish off so much, but does so. Ian Poulter a par there at 7. So he stays at 13 under.
Shink went back in the bunker, Rory a little closer, and that's better on this occasion. Such a delicate shot. Sure, Shinkun can create speed here, but he's short-sighted, and where he needs to land this, it's downhill all the way. So trying to get a lot of spin, so difficult to do it. You know, you knock this 8-9 by in a heartbeat.
Lucky.
Well, you could say unlucky it didn't feed out, or unlucky it didn't feed out, or lucky that it wasn't a fraction short, it had been back to him.
There's the lie of Rory McIlroy.
So much better being a little closer. And he is an underestimated bunker player, is Rory McIlroy. You need to get cute. It's so very doable.
Yeah, not bad indeed. Have to just take a little bit of a chance on those. The radar's right, he's a good bunker player. Look how wide the face is open. No real decel in it. Beautiful amount of height on that, but still rolled out 6 or 8 feet.
So Rory McIlroy will have to hold that putt to come to keep the sole share of the lead over this man, Patrick Reed.
It's a really strong start from Patrick Reed, very much in control of his game.
Yeah, there's always someone's going to do it. You're never going to have it all your own way. Looking down the left. Be pretty happy with that one, Poulter.
Quickly back to Bradbury at 6, ball on the way for his birdie. Given the drive, given the length of that putt, I'm happy to walk away with a par. After making birdie at the 7th, Adrianos is walking alongside Insi Mehmet.
Adri, a lovely bounce back birdie on the last there. You found yourself in a little bit of trouble down the left on 6. In high pressure situations like this, what do you do to manage your emotions or reset it?
Well, yeah, I found a couple bushes on 6, but you know, at the end of the day, when you're in those situations, you're just trying to be smart. And I thought I had an option to pull off the shot. Didn't, but then I got a lucky break and really just trying to play the best shot you have in front of you and focus on that, really.
And for the viewers at home, how would you describe the conditions or maybe course setup so far? Does it feel scoreable out here?
Yeah, I think it's a lovely day out here, not much wind, and you know, with the rain that we've had the last few days, there are a few chances, but we know this course, it's you know, a strategy course here and there, so you just got to place your ball in a good positions and from there trying to score.
All right, well, we appreciate your time. Keep up the great work. We'll see you later.
Thank you very much.
You do have to keep your ball in the right position, something that Callum Shinkwin hasn't done down there at the 6th. It's his 3rd shot gone for the day. And he's a long way back now.
Oh, this is a tester. This is the first real tester of length. What is it, 5.5 feet downhill, grain in 2, and a little out of his right. So easy to miss this right and overcook it. This putt will seriously have Rory McIlroy's attention.
It's another lovely save, grabs enough of the left side of the hole with that lead. It's so fine you can barely see it now. And you know, when you look at an ordinary tour professional, as good as these guys mentally are to get to this point, when you have a healthy lead and it disappears that quickly, it can really start to make you flap inside, because it's changed the complexion of the day. So we see Bradbury putting for his par. You'd like to think Rory, with his experience though, is probably not in the same boat as many of us would be in this situation. Yeah, he's not flapping, is he? He's just, yeah, he's not panicking yet. He'll know that it's a tough start, but he'll be more concerned that he's not made a birdie in the first 6, just for him, his own state of mind, really. I think he knows deep down if he shoots 67, he wins.
It is 4 bogeys in a row, I'm afraid, for Dan Bradbury. He's now wishing he could go back to the first and do it all again.
Oh, thank you very much. That's very kind. Thank you.
Let's go to 7, Patrick Reed.
Yeah, the thing is, Patrick Reed's not going to go away. He's too good for that. Good effort, nice pace. The eye appears to be in. Same for Ian, a beautiful tee shot here on 8. Took the older man's line off the tee, one that many of those youngsters would have run out on, but it was good for him. And that's all right. It's a pretty good look at birdie for him there.
His preferred lies again today. This a couple of moments ago from Richard Bland for his part, and it didn't go in, so he did drop the shot, his first of the round. He's back to level par for the day. But my word, it's much more exciting than we thought it would be through 6 holes today. I think that's quite safe to say. The lead that was 3 has been cut to just the 1 for Rory McIlroy here in this Rolex Series event, something he's never won before. Has won around this golf course twice. It's only been a Rolex Series event for the last 2 editions. So it's McIlroy, Reed and Poulter currently inside the top 3. It is certainly all to play for here at the Emriates Golf Club. Nice little move from Ashen Wu, courtesy of some very fine long-range putting. He's had 3 birdies, just the 1 drop shot today, so he's to double digits. Good playing as well from Max Kiefer and Jordan Smith. They're both 5 under for the day, but they're playing the golf course the other way around. So like we said earlier, all of those opportunities, the 3 of the 4 par 5s are still to come for the players that we're mainly watching on the front page of the leaderboard. Where Dan Bradbury, I'm afraid, has fallen well off that. But Anthony, there'll be plenty of experience, plenty learnt. Sometimes you learn it with the positives, sometimes with the negatives in situations like this.
Yeah, absolutely. You never stop learning. It's too hard a game. You travel the world, you play on all sorts of golf courses and all sorts of conditions, so there is that opportunity to keep on learning. Good scoring this week, considering how hard it's been out there first couple of days, all the rain.
A few ripples on the water means the wind is starting to get up, not a lot, only half a club of it, 170, playing probably 175. So it's a great yardage for Rory, by the way. And the flag position's good, but you expect this right of it. Just a good, solid 7-iron.
Smart play into the heart of the green. Keep him patient.
Sean Norris has made his way to the 8th tee. Did pick up a birdie at 7, so he's 211 under par. Where's his target with his range?
Yeah, about there. Actually, there's always there's a tower, TV tower through the fairway, which that is left of. That'll run out pretty comfortably. Good hole, he's got to hit the shot.
Well, the best view in town, that's for sure. Step on this 8th hole par 4, little soft dog leg from left to right and up the hill, read out with driver. Back into the breeze, as Radar said. Just getting up now.
Very comfortable tee shot for Patrick Reed with his shape. It just sets up beautifully to his eye. Finds the middle, lovely that.
It's a funny one because it's actually quite slow putt considering the greens are quick for Poulter at 8. Tough one to really get there. 2 great par 4s, 8 and 9. They really do test what you have on this final day. You miss these fairways, you're going to struggle.
Faders holes, Worley, faders holes.
It is about equal though, isn't it? The dog legs either way. I think there's 10 or 11 on the way around the Magulus course here.
Birdie bogey for Wallace. That seems to have been the tale of his day. I think he's close though. The Hero Cup has certainly shown that. He's on his way back. It'd be good for the DP World Tour if he gets back to somewhere close to his best.
He said it was big for him to be selected. That meant a lot. And to get some points on the board as we see Wiesberger here at 11. It is a birdie. He joins Lucas Herbert at minus 12. Oh, just kidding. Minus 11. That is the second of the day. He stays at that number after that birdie on the right. Off we go back to 7.
That's more like it from Shinkwin. A good point that Anthony made there as well about
when things don't go right, sometimes failing in this sport, as much as it's painful, it is the best learning experience, and you can't get better without those ones. Hurts, but it'll be useful for both those players, the start they've had so far today.
There are a couple of Rolex Series winners on the front page of that leaderboard, and Peters and Wiesberger. That putt was from a couple of moments ago, so it was for a birdie, and he did get to 11 under par, confirmation there. Minwoo Lee and Matthew Jordan, along with Fabrizio Zanotti down there, making a couple of steps in the right direction. They're both 3 under par.
Super shot in for Arnaus. Just a tap in. He's fighting his way back.
It's for par. We here for Julien Brune. That's down at the 9th, and it will be a 5. So he's making the turn level for the day. No steps either way. Puck overlooking 7 now.
Really nice crowd. Great atmosphere here on this championship Monday. So a little uphill this. The green is out of his right, and then it wants to waltz from right to left, and Rory McIlroy will slip in there rather swiftly to check this out over the last 25 feet of its journey. Difficult to get this coming up a little step to get it to the hole. So you feel as though it's going to release out hold side, but I'm not so sure.
Oh, come on, Daniel Bradbury. Let's see you tidy this one up nice and close. Get the pars coming again and build from there. Not bad. Yeah, that's exactly what he's got to do. Not think ahead. Not try and make up for the mistakes. Just build again, and then there's chances coming, and he can still shoot 72. Not a bad score on a Sunday, playing with the world #1.
We're hearing that was a par, in fact. There was a drop somewhere along the way for Adri Arnaus. Apologies, a little mix-up in scoring there, so he stays at 11 under par.
He won't go hunting. He won't be overly aggressive on this putt because he knows how it can get away from him. But he got a nice read, right to left, down green, out of his right. I just feel as though with Rory McIlroy, I'm out with him a lot. And he can up the ante. Whether it'll be here, well, I don't know, but he has another gear.
Yeah, lovely putt. Just going to be another par. He'll keep playing the waiting game. He'll be comfortable doing that though, which isn't an easy thing to do in its own right. Ahead to Norris. Left off the tee, so a little bit longer than you would like. Have to pitch this all the way, otherwise it won't make the journey. That's exactly what he was trying to do. Very nice.
It's going to take a lot of discipline today, isn't it, Nick? You know, given your intentions, what you want to do, but what the course allows in terms of going for flags.
Yeah, I think so, and I think it's one of those things, this course where it's set up, yes, those flags are tough, but you can still get the birdies, and with all the par 5s and the short par 4s, they are there for people to take. We'll see big swings in play. Hopefully this one will be one for Shinkwin. He needs it. Yeah, he gets it.
perhaps that's the turning point for Callum Shinkle. We go to 9 with Richard Bland, who's found the short grass.
Yeah, it's definitely a quieter day out there in regards to scoring. I think it's tougher on that back 9 to really tuck those flags. Oh.
There is almost no way that that didn't go on the drink with the way that it bounced. We'll find out more. Back to Patrick Reed at the 8th.
I thought he'd gone at that. I don't think he likes it at all. It's missed all the danger. First mistake.
And a bad one as well. Thankfully, that's a bit of good news for Daniel Bradbury. Gets a par. And now start the rebuilding process. Strike one down the next hole. And go from there.
They make the walk up and over to the iconic 8th tee. That's why, the view in the background. We go to 9 with Poulter.
A demanding tee shot, back tee that's been put in place the last few years. Water's out of play, but you have to find the fairway. Oh, that's as good as he's hit today.
Like a frozen rope, wasn't it?
It was. Perfect.
This is the journey of Patrick Reed down the 8th.
You don't see him miss many greens when he's hit such a good tee shot. Maybe going at the pin, trying to grab one where most people aren't making a 3.
Well, Reed doesn't have to go full parachute on this one. He can glide this one to the edge, just let it feed out the greens back into him. A bit of breeze helping him into his face, and that'll just paint a nice little picture for him. Just opening it up a little bit, glide it underneath.
There's a real softness through the ball for me with Reed. Plays those beautifully well. Nothing hurried about that.
Into the breeze, a high tariff tee shot. He likes this tee shot. It's free today. That's why we've got so many people. Everyone likes a freebie. So if you're in the local area, get yourself down here. You can watch these guys for nothing.
Fine drive down there for Rory McIlroy. Just jump up a couple to the 11th with Alexander Bjork.
Tucked away on that right side today in 11. 24 on, 5 from the right edge. Not bad. Not quite as good as his playing partner, but pretty good.
On board at the par 5 10th, chipping downhill, down grain. Just in the second cut, right up against the collar, so that adds to this one. Not easy. Hands forward, popping it onto the green, hopefully get some release in this.
Down he goes. It's a familiar walk here for the 13th time. Rory McIlroy in this event. It was one of his first ever pro events back in 2006. How that skyline has changed since then. 3 years later, he hoisted the Dalla Trophy for his first title on the DP World Tour. It was one of many to come his way. Will he put his name on it for a record third time and join Ernie Els?
Good second shot for Norris from the rough. Trying to cosy this down, really. Not one to go at. Covered well after the dreaded. No one likes to see a shank.
Thomas Pieters has hit the green in 2 at 10.
A little bit more work than he'd have liked left on it, but still good opportunity to make the birdie. I think a lot of these players would just have expected to get further behind a quick start from Rory, but that hasn't happened, so they'll still have hope. At 11 under par, you're still very much in this. Chance to move to 12 for Bjork. Not much in this.
So just the par. Yeah, there's quite the carrot dangling as well, with the opportunity that comes at 17 as well as 18 late in this round, something that Lucas Herbert knows all about. Ended up having to make a par to get into the playoff the year that he won. That is a birdie. His third of the day. He's within 2. I don't think it's taking quite as much as they might have thought overnight as well to become more of a factor here today, so far at least.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Because it's firmer greens, tight pins. It's completely changed the dynamic of the final day. It's not what we thought at all.
Par putt required here for Victor Perez, and that won't please him. Still looking for birdie number 1. That's going to be bogey number 2.
To get to 12. You can see just playing for a hair left to right. Nicely done.
This is for the little up and down for Patrick Reed. It was a gorgeous third shot.
Yeah, had a look in, didn't it, Ali? On the way by as well, I thought he'd done it again. He is so good with those shots, as Anthony said, and he makes it look so simple as well. Probably why he is so good.
Back down to the 9th for being Poulter.
Yeah, a shot that gets your attention, even in practice, to be honest. Pin 7 on the left. Just favouring the right side for Ian Poulter. Yeah, didn't appear to be drawing. Favouring the right side and just drifting away. Having nothing to do with that. Not his best.
Rolex Rainbow down there on the 8th, showing ball placements. Rainbow will play first from out on the left.
From 177, the lie's a little iffy. The angle's good with the flag perched back right. A little bit of hurt in the air. Elevation change to some 6 or 7 yards. So it's one of those that you don't really want to take the flag on. Just try to hit it 30 feet left of it.
That's a strange one. Ball wasn't there. He got to the bottom. Literally just got to about now and he just sort of struggled with it. A little bit of a save.
I think when the lie sat like that as well, you're always trying to hit it a hair thin, especially with nothing in front of you height-wise to bother it. You have to be far off on that one to hit a pretty crooked shot.
148 for Shinkwin. Just a full 8-iron. And it's never any fun when you're leading like Rory McIlroy is and your playing partners are struggling. You've got to get in your own mindset. And try to forget they are there. Really, it sounds a little harsh, but that's the way it is. Just you and your caddy. Rory McIlroy and Harry Diamond. It's just us today, buddy. 8-iron, not a big one. He has fond memories of this 8th. Just a magnificent par 4.
His mid-irons yesterday were exceptional. Wasn't far away, good shot. That might help.
It is a tough stretch of the course, 8 and 9, but courtesy of the eagle here from the sand in round 1, he has actually played this stretch 3 under par. What many in the field wouldn't take or give to take that home. Nice shot again. Can he convert? It's been the question.
Working into that left side of the fairway. The line of Poulter's beautiful if you can. Just close to that right edge as you dare. But make sure you are on the fairway. It's most important here, especially with the challenge of the second shot.
Bit of a wide. There are now loads of green, but that's not really the story. The story is the judgment in this, towards the water. It's quite long around the greens, backswings. Bit floaty. And that's very good, very good. Not easy to judge that inside 5 feet.
See if Patrick Reed can find the fairway back on the same hole.
He's only missed one fairway to this point, and there comes another. And that's going to be critical for whoever's successful here. If Rory can find fairways with all these chances upcoming, with the par 5, 17 as well, if he finds fairways, he might just have too much for the rest of them. Wiesberger on 12. Oh, that'll work.
Oh, the caddy knew it early, didn't he? Nice little run. 3 behind all of a sudden.
Back to 11. Off the birdie, Lucas Herbert. He's had 2 in a row now.
I fancied it quite like that when it was in the air. Pulled up pretty quick for him, which is fine. Makeable little chip, a quick one, but makeable.
A touch ordinary with the second shot. But on the greens, Ian Poulter's one of the best. See Arnouse's marker there, just on the right-hand side. He'll be looking about there. Just trying to just drift it in.
It's another one of that length from long range for Ian Poulter. It's his 4th of the day.
Yeah,
now.
he missed 2 early on, didn't he?
Back to Peters at 11.
Also nicely placed here at 12 under par. Can he find one here on the par 3? He just might. Beautiful.
Nice 2 at the 7th for Shinkwin, so just give him a carrot to maybe try and get the day going. But really, 4-4 at 8 and 9 would feel like a birdie, I think, with the way he's probably feeling. That's nicely judged.
It is a section of the course that can undoubtedly bring you unstuck. Should be good enough for a par for Shinkwin. Have you got a line on Rory's yet, Radar?
I have, but it's a difficult one to read, Alison. It's ever so gently downhill, down green, and you feel as though it wants to come out of the right, but how much? You know, you dally them down there and they run out of puff and the green does its thing. So just standing behind it as I did whilst they were walking up to this 8th green, which is exposed and it's quite breezy up here. I stood there for quite some time and I've got it out of the right, but not a heck of a lot.
That would re-establish a 2-shot lead with this to drop for McIlroy. Short in the heart of it. It's going to be another par. That makes it 8 in a row to start the final round for McIlroy.
Two good swings in a row. That's what I noticed with that 8th hole for McIlroy.
He's doing a really fine job in managing his way around this golf course. It's a hard-working 33 to the turn, and very much a part of this.
So is that man Patrick Reed. Back at his second shot, Johnny.
Yeah, 196. It's not a great lie, Ali. There's a lot of rough right where the hossel's going to make contact. He's just been set back in. Ball's above his stance on an upslope as well. I mean, water's just shouting out at you. So expect a big bailout. You're going to use all your muscles, hold it off as much as you can. A bit of breeze back into your face as well to make you think twice.
I think, Johnny, the upslope helps him, but it also brings the right-hand side more into play because it's hard to get through this.
Gorgeous out here. Absolutely picture perfect.
He did a great job of getting his body through it. And it's a pretty smart play with his skill set and what he can do around the greens. There was zero need to take a big chance there. That was a dangerous shot.
Pin is out for Lucas Herbert. Wonder if he will fancy this. Like you said, yeah, he will. Gosh, he gets within one. Making a charge, 3 in a row. Knows what it takes to get it done around this golf course. Did that 3 years ago.
Yeah, there's definitely a chance that someone might set a target because no one seems to want to take this title just yet. Could be Herbert.
Which is exactly what happened 3 years ago. It was a windy final day. Bryson DeChambeau, Tommy Fleetwood, Shane Lowry all finished over par that day. And through the field he raced as we see the Fortinet course stats. Find out where the threats lie around this place. There's plenty down the 9th. Go to dpworldtour.com to find out more. It is ranked the hardest hole on the course right now, averaging 4.26. That's Sean Norris down there.
Oh, that one is a very aggressive line, and unless this is a perfect distance, it's wet, wet, wet. Oh dear.
He's made 2 donations today on the front 9 alone. He's going to fall further back, Norris. Peters, on the other hand, moving forward. This for a birdie, not to be.
Almost set to go on this 9th hole. It's a brute, isn't it, Radar?
It certainly is with the draft, elevated tee. The wind straight into out of the right-hand side, which is a good direction. This week, Rory McIlroy hasn't been holding them off as well as he would like. He's double-crossed a few, and not alarmingly so. Just waiting for a caddy to rake the bunker that's been given a workout today.
How does Rory seem out there this morning, Radar? How's the body English?
Business as usual. You know, he's still in front. It's all good. Nothing's happened yet. You would expect something to happen. I know we've got to play this tough hole yet, but I think that the par fives on the back nine with all of these players, they are going to have a huge say, as is 15, the par three.
That is just perfectly designed. It's how you draw it in your mind, that one.
Rory would pay a few quid for that one. Out with the big stick.
Encouraging. The last two tee shots absolutely down the pipe, baby fades, and that's what he needs to start doing. If he can do that with what's in front of him, he should be in good shape and trying to hold off these players chasing. Certainly Norris not in great shape after that second. It was an ugly one and he paid.
Yeah, how high is the price going to be? Well, he's got a good chance to limit the damage to just the one drop shot there. Must be a little bit of a jolt though to do what he did, putting it in the water twice on the front nine. Marcus Kinnolt makes his birdie at 11. Playing with Lucas Herbert and Thomas Pieters, and that's back-to-back to start the homeward journey for Kinnolt, so he moves to 12 under, which is currently in a share of 5th place. There is our leader, only just. McIlroy ahead of Herbert and Reed. Laura, what do you think? How do you think Rory will be feeling out there at the moment with what's gone on so far over the front nine?
Well, I think he'll be really pleased the way he's driving it. He just won't be so pleased with his putts. So leaving that one short in the duels on 8, not normal for him. But yeah, if he keeps driving like that, he'll be well in control still. Although there are a few a lot closer to him now. Good drive from Poulter.
Yeah, another fairway found for the Englishman. That at the par 5 10th. There's the prize, the Dalla Trophy. Coffee pot.
Dalla just sounds so much more fancy, doesn't it, than coffee pot?
Well, just a couple of feet off the green, a big lengthy number coming Reed's way, opting for putter. Just far enough away from the colour so he can play this shot. We'd have had to have chipped it, probably with a little late iron and get that little bump and runner. But this one a bit of break off the right towards the water.
That's a big mistake from Reed there.
Well, he hasn't dropped a shot so far today, Patrick Reed, but he'll need to work hard there. And Rory McIlroy hunts a 3rd Dubai Desert Classic title here.
He's the world #1 from Northern Ireland, Rory McIlroy.
A 3-shot lead for the world #1 heading into this final round. All eyes on Rory, as they always are wherever he plays in the world.
Look good for a long way. Well, I'm going to say that's exceptional. There was nothing to play with.
Yeah, I thought that was brilliant. Lucky boy.
Who has not yet won a Rolex Series event, but he's got a great opportunity here. Still searching for his first birdie today, Rory McIlroy. That's what's allowed the others to close the gap. No drop shots on the card, and he's in a perfect spot in the 9th fairway. from the fairway bunker. Lucas Herbert at the 12th.
Lost it a bit right. And that's short-sided. That'll be a very testing chip.
12, 15 and 16, tough holes, but you have got 3 par 5s on the back 9. Whoopsie daisy.
That looks like Radar having
Yeah,
a
I
drink.
was going to say, live pictures of Radar on the course right there. Even got the same hat.
Well down on that 9th green. Big putt here for Patrick Reed. He's left himself, what, 18, 20 feet or so for his par. He's been cruising so far today.
Yeah, he's piled some pressure on Patrick Reed, to be fair. It's been a stunning run on this front 9. But this is really important. Bit of pep in his step heading to that 10th tee, a par 5. Remember, he can impose himself before McIlroy gets the chance to on the holes ahead. But it's got to start with popping this one in. Bit of left to right here, and it's for a par.
Oh, that's a big moment, that is. The very confident putt. Well done, Patrick Reed.
That's impressive, isn't it? 3 under par to the turn, within 1.
The bogey putt for Norris after finding the water with the second. All getting a bit messy. And worth noting as well, the 3 under par for Reed today on that front 9 is better than what we've seen so far this week. With those Sunday pins on a Monday that we're seeing right here, that 3 will feel like more 4 or 5 compared to days gone by.
Oh, without a doubt, he's putting it together. He's putting himself. He's the one that's trying to. It reminds me a little bit of the Open last year when Rory was playing really well, solid, daring people to go past him. Finally, Smith did go past him, and then he didn't have a response. So hopefully he'll be able to get some birdies on that back 9, and certainly a par on 9. Good chip from Knoll.
To the par 5 13th, and the 3rd shot here for Bernd Wiesberger.
They're going to be so critical, these holes, Dom, for all of these players. That's a great recovery from there. What a shot from Bernd Wiesberger. Because there are opportunities for an eagle. You expect a birdie, but we do see 6s and worse sometimes, so we can see big things happen on those long holes. Remember, 3 of them coming their way as well in those last 9.
Thomas Spieth is just short of the 12th green.
Yeah, up the hill. He's landed it where you'd expect him to. Is it? No, it's just not going to run out the full, but that was very nicely done.
He's only 3 back. If he can pop that one in, he'll fancy his chances of getting home in 2 at the 13th. Back to 9. It's a double bogey for Sean Norris. 2 double drops on the front 9 as well as a couple of birdies. So he falls back to 9 under par, 6 off the pace. They'll head around the back of the stands there towards the 10th tee. We'll go back down this 9th.
He's trying to hit a high hook, which coming from the rough where it's hard to get proper purchase and create the spin. Ball below your feet. There's nothing pretty about this. Turn it back towards the water. And all in all, that's a pretty good effort.
He's having one of those days at the moment, isn't he, Dan Bradbury? 5 over par today. Here's Shinkwin.
From 176 yards into the draft.
Yeah, nicely done. He's hit it a bit too far, but that was a good shot.
Just 169 yards for Rory McIlroy. That's an 8-iron into the draft. It's just a little puff out of his right. And it's a good flag to get at. It really is today from this angle. Get it to any flag when you hit it down the middle like this one long. Don't come up shy left. There's a shaved bank A nasty shaved bank. Time to poke one in there 10 feet.
Looks like he likes it. And why not? Probably the best shot we've seen today, and that's him now with a chance. Make that, and that will make all the others sit up and take a look.
They're 2 hard holes, Laura, and the exhibition from tee to green. Nothing is flawless in this game, but that's pretty close. Made a beefy hole look quite simple. All set up by a 320-yard tee shot right down the pipe, 8-iron in hand, and you can be more aggressive when you have this in the locker. He is. It's still on the correct side of the hole. It's perfect, and it's a great birdie chance.
Lucas Herbert out of the rough at the 12th, almost but not quite, so he'll have that for his par to remain at 14 under alongside Patrick Reed.
Not quite the galleries out there today, are there? But there's a good few have turned up to see if they're probably their favourite. Rory can hang on, win his first Rolex Series event. That still seems incredible to me.
Probably scared about being spotted, Laura, in case they should be at work. Ian Poulter, 240, well within range. Can he create the height, though, to get the ball to sit softly on the green?
That's pretty good. With his short game, we've seen him chip in over there on 6, and that's a lot of green to work with. Very good shot.
Back over to 12. This is the par putt for Lucas Herbert. That'll be a first bogey today.
Poorly timed as well, just as he's got right there. 4th shot for Wiesberg. It was incredible to get it here in 3, mind. That less so. Sloppy, in fact.
Back over to 10, playing with Poulter, Adrianaus.
Well, if anyone can get it close on his front pin, this is the guy that can do it. Further down there, looks like a 5-iron in hand. Well, he tried. He just lost it a little bit right. He'll have the same as Poulter, though. Nice easy chip across the green.
It's the sort of flag you could see Rory being able to attack, but also thinking back to guys like Tiger Woods in his prime, something he'd have taken on.
I step on this hole, pretty narrow this 10th, the start of the back 9. 549 yards, just pipe it. Wind a little bit off the right-hand side.
Yeah, looks very nice. Maybe on that right half of the fairway, but I'd imagine he too will be able to have a pop at this green.
His body language suggests he's absolutely feeling this Patrick Reed and loving every moment.
To the 9th.
Bradbury's already played out of the right rough. He came up about 17 feet shy. This one for Shinkwin, down the hill, and it is greased lightning. It is so fast.
He's got it on a decent line. Good pace and a very good putt. Par on 9's always very good. Only one birdie there today. Maybe Rory can make it too.
Yeah, he seems to have settled down a bit, Callum Shinkwin, doesn't he, after a scrappy start. Here's Wiesberger with the par putt at 13.
He'll be mad as a wasp after that. That was really simple up and down for him after a brilliant shot to give himself that opportunity from the desert. Yeah, I feel you.
Back over to 9, Bradbury.
I said 17 feet, Dom. You'd like to be buying real estate off me, wouldn't you?
Go on then, how far do you reckon it is? What is it, 12, 15?
Yeah, 12. Rory will get a nice little read and get in there swiftly. Hasn't been this lad's day. He's got to hang in. He's got 3 par 5s on the back 9. He's tearing up 50 quid notes at the moment.
Yeah, he's gone from a share of second place at the start of the day to just outside the top 50 at 6 under after that outward journey of 41. Tough day at the office, but remember, it's only his 7th start. He's already a winner out here on the DP World Tour.
Just outside right. The green out of his right.
I think this could be the one, Laura, where he opens his account. And of all the holes on that front 9, it's the least likely. Edging to a par 5 after this as well. It would change the complexion of this in Rory's mind.
Yeah, spot on, Nick, straight in the middle. And there he is, he's back on top by 2.
It is the first birdie today for Rory McIlroy. 2 ahead of Patrick Reed, 3 clear of Herbert and Poulter. Much needed as well. Shinkwin for his par. Well, he's certainly got the power to take advantage of the par 5s on the backside. We go to 10 and Poulter's 3rd.
Lots of room for Ian to use. Carried it quite a long way up there. Wasn't so much a bump and run. Landed it about halfway. Whatever it was. Right choice. Very nice.
Well, a birdie there will take Poulter back alongside Patrick Reed at 14 under par as McIlroy makes his way around the back of the stands towards the 10th tee. Did admit yesterday that it wasn't his favourite driving hole. It's very straight, isn't it, number 10? Unlike most of the holes here at the Magulus course.
Yeah, you can see that being a big drive for him in the context of the whole tournament. I hope he goes for that little baby fade again, doesn't try and hit it too hard, because back of the green in 2 will be easy for him off just a normal left to right driver.
If he is going to work a side, you'd expect it to be the right one there. He's had no luck down the left side. Had to take a penalty drop on one day. He had to hit a baseball style shot yesterday from there. You could say he was lucky, in fact, to be able to have that opportunity. Sits awkwardly, the angle of it there, especially with the distance he has, the line he has to take. Not good for the eye line. This was fairly simple putt, but crucial one in the context of this championship, just when they were right there on his tail. Bats him away with his foot.
There's a steely look in the eyes, isn't there? Right up to the 10th green, we saw the chip from Ian Poulter. This is Adrianaus.
Yeah, playing it very similar to Poulter, lofting it a fair way and just outside of Ian's, but nonetheless a very good shot.
Up to the next of the par 5s on the back 9, the 13th and Herbert.
I'm amazed anyone ever hits the fairway here. I mean, it sits at a right angle to you. It's not wide. And you have to hit across the corner. You can't see where you're going. And, you know, yet miracles like this occur on a daily basis.
That is Mayor's office, isn't it? Absolutely perfect from Herbert. He'll be keen to bounce back after that drop shot at 12. Well, Rory McIlroy just drinking out of his a water bottle. No plastic on site this week, all part of the sustainability drive, both on the DP World Tour and in these Rolex Series events. They will all be carbon neutral this year.
Now, I haven't seen much of Hidalgo today, but this to get him back to 10 under par. Currently 2 over for his day, so not what he wanted. Oh, that was a good putt, gave it a chance.
That's one of the other measures, I should say, that's been taken. There are a lot of solar panels to put power into the hospitality areas. They've all got LED lighting as well. We've got biofuels in the generators, all sorts of measures, as I say, to try and reduce the carbon footprint.
Yeah, saved over 3,500 litres of fuel there last week in Abu Dhabi. I assume it's the same here, Dom. It's golf trying to do its bit. You know, we do take up quite a bit of land. It does take a lot to prepare these things, so golf has to make sure it's on the right side of it.
Arnails has left himself, what, 3.5, 4 feet or so for his birdie here at 10. Is to get back under par for the day. No problem.
Sorry, Dom. Yeah, tucks that away nicely. 4 back, but he'll be thinking lots of birdies and eagles coming in.
Pretty much a gimme putt for Ian Poulter here.
He's got a hair left to right in it, so he'll give it his full attention, but yes, should be simple enough. Nicely done.
And Poulter moves it to 14 under, so he's alongside Patrick Reed, 2 back of McIlroy. And we'll find Patrick Reed a little further down this, back down this 10th hole. Looks like he's going to be first away here, John.
He is indeed. He's got 245 yards to go here, Dom. Pins over on this left-hand side, just tucked right by that big, huge bunkers, pear-shaped green. 3 whopping bunkers wrapped around this green as well, and slightly down the breeze it's going to feel like for him, so can easily get there, no problem. It's all about getting the height though. Need height, need a great strike, hopefully get a nice little soft bounce, that's ideal. You'll be at the back of the green before you know it.
You'd have to say those hybrid clubs do give you more playability in terms of landing it softly. Oh my word, no. Surely not. Oh!
Well, you go a long way to get better than that for shot of the day. Magnificent effort from Reed. He's closing in again.
Well worth another look.
They're a godsend, these clubs, for amateur golfers, but also for the professionals. But you've got to go ahead and execute, and that is just a stunning effort from Patrick Reed. Very nearly an albatross. Goodness, he's playing well.
Follow that, Victor Perez.
He's going old-fashioned back to a nice long iron. Does have the advantage of being able to hit it probably a little bit higher than Patrick Reed. But he won't do any boys come out of this one. Hopefully it'll catch a piece of the right edge of the green. No, it's worse than that. But again, that won't be too bad. Plenty of green to work with.
Hasn't made a birdie yet today. Last week's winner in Abu Dhabi. Back to the tee.
It isn't his favourite tee shot, this tee shot at the par 5 10th. Why? I don't know. There's just one that you feel as though you've got to set up for a fade. And day 1 he was over there left. Day 4 last year he was in the same bush. So he aims for that fade, and sometimes he double crosses it and finds himself over there in the junk. So maybe today he might eliminate that tee shot and go to his go-to soft draw down the right wing. Just maybe.
And if ever he needed a good one, it is right now. He won't know what's happened up ahead with Reed.
And that'll be just fine there. It's a nice little angle across the green as well if he can get enough club on it.
Shinkwin and Bradbury need big back nines. Let's cheer them on. A little bit of help in the air now. It's just switched. When Rory hit it, it was back into the draft. Not anymore. There's help up there. He might be able to slip it past Rory on this occasion.
Got wonderful flow to his golf swing, Callum Shinkwin. It's a pleasure to watch. He's starting to work a bit better after that slow start as well. Perfect.
Up one to the par 3 11th, and Ian Poulter.
Yeah, this pin 24 on, 5 from the right. You can get in there. You've got to hit a good shot. It's okay. You'd have been expecting better than that.
We saw the drive of Lucas Herbert at 13. He's put himself in the prime spot here. 227 yards to go for the Aussie.
It's all about trying to manage the ridge in the middle of the green here. If he lands into it, it will stick and roll back. But landing it all the way on the top, it's going to struggle to stop by the hole side. That's just going to be in the base. It's fine though.
We've heard from a few of the players out there today. Let's hear from one of them in the final group. Callum Shinkwin, 10 under par, and with Incy.
Callum, thanks for joining us. When you start off, it's not the ideal start to a final day, but what's the self-talk like?
Just do what I know I can do, really. You know, it's just don't let anything get inside your head, and just play the golf I have been playing.
And going into the term, we've got 3 par 5s to look forward to. Is that inner belief there that you can get this done?
I try to never look ahead at anything. It's always one shot at a time. So, I mean, back 9 on this golf course, you know, there's always drama. So hopefully I can pull something out the bag.
It sounds much easier said than done when you say I need to stay present. How do you actually do that?
Years of practice.
Yeah.
As an amateur, I was an absolute nightmare for looking ahead and trying to shoot the best score I possibly can by going like bird out like that. And then I realised a lot when I was about 17, 18. I went, what am I doing? Yeah. Stay in the present and just do what you can do.
Sounds pretty good to me, Callum. Thanks for your time. We'll let you do what you do best, and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The old mantra, one shot at a time. Can't go too wrong with that, can you? Rory McIlroy leads the way. We're into the back 9 here of the Hero Dubai Desert Classic. This Monday finish for the second of back-to-back Rolex Series events. But Patrick Reed has every chance of catching McIlroy here at the 10th. Look at the move by Henrik Stenson today, 7 under par. Long Gask already done and dusted, a round of 68 for the Frenchman. Minwoo Lee continues his good recent run of form. One more birdie, he may climb inside the top 10. I wonder who made it into your fantasy team this week. It's been going for about, 3 or 4 years now, fantasy golf on the DP World Tour, and we've had a lot of fun with it. Basically, you pick 6 players each week. You can change them as well. You pick a captain, they earn double points. You can set your own leagues up. You can take on your friends, and you can even take on the commentators. Easy meet. Points make prizes, and if you'd like to get involved, then sign up at fantasy.dpworldtour.com. Or get your phone out and follow the QR code there as well, bottom right of your picture. Our team this week, we've got Rory McIlroy as our captain, Sean Crocker, Minwoo Lee, Tyrrell Hatton, Adrian Maronk and Nikolai Højgaard. So a bit sort of bang average apart from Rory really, and that wasn't the bravest of picks, was it? With his record here, two-time winner. But it is his first start of the season, we have to remember that. He said he put the clubs away for a month or so at the end of last year. He felt that took a lot out of him. This is Sean Norris. Oh, gosh. That's another little gut punch, isn't it?
Yeah, he's not feeling the love, is he, from the Emirates Golf Club right now. Good attitude, though. Trying to stay upbeat at a time when it would be easy to lose your rag out there.
Up one to Adrian Aus at the par 3 11th.
Yeah, got lots of levels and different grain on this one. A lot of factors. Main thing is get the pace right. Double breaker. There it comes back at the end. That was a good effort.
Kinnell's across the 13th, awkward across the side of the ridge, but he's judged it quite nicely. Not bad, he's given himself an outside look. Well, not an outside look, but an average look.
Remember, Lucas Herbert's on board there in 2, so he'll have an eagle putt upcoming. A little bit of a wait in the 10th fairway for McIlroy and co.
Yes, think about this course. You race around the front 9, par 35, and then it is pretty slow on the back. Quite a big disparity between the time it takes you to play each 9.
Interesting to get Wayne's take on Rory's shot here, because he could have a bit of cushion in that first cut there to be able to help with the elevation, but of course he is probably going to be sacrificing a little bit of spin of getting the ball to stop. So I have to say though, I thought the tee shot was great considering what's coming through his eyeballs off that tee the last couple of days.
Without a doubt, and he would be thinking about that tee shot a little bit before, and they were talking, Incy and Callum Schenk were talking about staying in the moment, and he had to do that for that one, so very good.
So the eagle putt for Reed to climb alongside McIlroy in a share of the lead here in Dubai.
Everyone's watching him. Brilliant. Deserves it as well. Beautiful tee shot. Incredible second shot. And an eagle 3. Quite the round he's putting together.
All tied up at the top.
Now Poulter would have got a read, a little bit of read, slightly lower than the putt he's just watched. Now has he learned anything? He'll just start turning left now. Well, that was a good putt.
To 13, Lucas Herbert. This is the eagle putt.
Not an easy one for pace either. Uphill, then down grain. It looks dark to us, so it'll be shiny to him. And he's judged it pretty well. Not bad.
Julian Brune for birdie at 12. This to get to -12. Nicely done. Had a good week in Mauritius just before the Christmas break. And that's back-to-back birdies for the Frenchman.
Bradbury hit a wonderful shot and it just toppled back down into the bunker, hitting the front just over the bunker. A flat-out 5-iron for Schenkwin. $224 in comes Harry Diamond. Just trying to say, Harry, do you think it's going to jump? Oh, I'm not so sure. 224. He's got himself a 5-iron, trying to send it into orbit. I'm not so sure how Patrick Reed got it so close. This would be a great shot to hold the back third of the green. A great shot to hold the back edge, the ball slightly above his feet.
Well, he's trying to draw one in, and that's not a bad idea, as long as he carries the front bunker, which he has done, and very nicely done. It'll just release back, just short of the fringe, so a 2-putt will restore his lead if he can do that.
It is going to be a cracking back 9, isn't it? Reed, McIlroy going toe-to-toe, others in the mix as well. So much to look forward to.
This is the Hero Dubai Desert Classic.
What a tournament, and what a fine champion.
An iconic championship.
Danny's day in the desert surf Dubai.
Where memories are made.
Rory the story in Dubai.
And the history books are rewritten.
The greatest player on the planet.
The greats of the game have won here.
He has. And Woods is home in 31.
An opportunity to join legends of the past.
And we've seen Seve in that mood before.
Who will be next?
Too close to call at the moment, it really is. McIlroy has a phenomenal record here. He absolutely loves the course. He loves being in Dubai, starting his season here, but he has company at the top. This is the man alongside him, Reed at the 11th, fresh off that eagle.
It is a flag he can get at here on 11. And he does. Another beautiful shot. He is in the flow.
He's not backing down at all, is he? Turned in 32 and then comes out with that beautiful eagle. Cannot, after his average chip. Can he make his birdie? Oh, it's unlucky. What a good putt. Shame.
Just seemed to straighten, didn't it? About 8 inches or a foot away from the hole. To 13, I beg your pardon, to 12 and Ian Poulter.
The hole with the biggest ask on the back 9. Fairly meaty par 4.
And up to 13, and Lucas Herbert. Well done, yes, well done indeed. A drop shot at 12, bounces straight back. So he returns to 14 under, only 2 behind.
This is the bunker shot you want. The only thing is he gets too aggressive with it. He can land it on a downslope. A little bit of a chunk and chaser required here.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he did, Radar. Very nice. Looks like Bradbury's got a much harder bunker shot, eh?
Yeah, this is downhill all the way, Damo. This is isn't easy. So easy to slip this 8 or 9 by, and you get cute with it, and you come up shy, and it digs its toes into that fringe. But you'll be aggressive.
It's not happening, is it, at all for Dan Bradbury out there? Tough day. Flag was fluttering. Looks like the breeze might be just starting to pick up a little bit out there.
Got to be all of 70 feet, this one. Ever so gently downhill. Just a little bit of right to left in this. His lag putting this week has been impeccable. Looking at him, do I feel as though he's feeling it? No. Business as usual for Rory McIlroy. He's been there, done that.
So just under 60 feet here for an eagle for McIlroy. Nice touch, good roll. That'll be a surefire birdie.
Yes, exactly what he needs. Just keep the stress levels at a nice, manageable.
Will be 2 in a row when that eventually drops for McIlroy. Let's go down to 11 green. Meanwhile, while they're lining those up, we'll go to 12T with Adrianaus ready to fire.
All right. Oh, there's bunkers and water and bushes over there. It appears he might have found one of those.
Yeah, you can sometimes get lucky in the desert. Not sure Arnaus will.
No, that's probably a reload, I would imagine, just in case. Nice chip across the right-hand side. Nicely done. Not happy with it, though.
Yeah, that's going to be a bogey, I believe, for Wiesberger. So that's 2 gone in the last 3 holes for the Austrian. Back to 10 with Shinkwin.
Yeah, he made that 2 at 7 and followed up with pars at 8 and 9, which is exactly what he wanted. So rolls this in, and all of a sudden his day's trending. Back to 1 over for his round, Shinkwin.
Playing for a finish now, Orly?
Yeah, a little bit, I think. It's a long season. You get off to a good start, make all the difference.
It is a par for Dan Bradbury. What he wouldn't give for a dash of red, though. It's been a tough day for the 23-year-old. At least to take the lead on his own again. McIlroy. And he does. Nudges himself out in front. Birdie at 9, birdie at 10.
Yeah, Patrick Reed's throwing the kitchen sink at him, but so far, McIlroy is up to the task. Huge birdie on 9.
So here are the team rankings and how the team will be formed for the European Ryder Cup side over on the right-hand side. 3 players from the Europeans point list, 3 from the world's points list, and then 6 captain's picks for Luke Donald. That's how it's shaping up. Rahm, Perez, McIlroy, Hovland, Noren and Lowry currently in. It'll be picked early September. In the lead up, Matt Fitzpatrick, Tommy Fleetwood not yet in those, and it's 6 on the points list that are automatically in at the moment. At least Scheffler, Zalatoris, Thomas, Morikawa, Young and Kirk. They too have 6 choices to make in the lead up to Rome as we go down to Lucas Herbert. Found the fairway at 14. Three under for the last 5 holes. And that'll be a putt to get back within 2. He's 3 shots back now, courtesy of the birdie of McIlroy as we go down to 11. They're ready to go. Johnny Morgan's down there.
Yeah, I mean, Sean Norris just went before and gave Patrick Reed a free read at this putt for a 2. Well, just to join Rory again. I mean, Sean's putt stayed pretty straight, just missed it. And I think Patrick now he's got to think, come on, the hole's the size of a bucket. I'm feeling it.
And they're back tied again.
That's the first real show of motion. Quite a run for Patrick Reed there.
It is an eagle birdie start to the back nine, which historically this week has been the more difficult of the two for Rory McIlroy. He's played it at 4 under par, had played the front nine 11 under, which is against the grain. Andrew?
Yeah, you would think sometimes that changes when you least expect it, but yeah, what a titanic tussle we've got here over the next 2 hours.
At least he started it off well, birdie this time round at 10 to the tee. McIlroy at 11 now.
Went straight out the left-hand side. It's a good flag to get at. Just trying to feather a 7. A little bit of hurt in that left to right breeze.
I was about to say I like this pin for him, but I think it's a lot of club. Just under the ridge. It is game on, that's a fact.
It is high drama here at the Hero Dubai Desert Classic. Reed and McIlroy on top. Nice hole-in-one prize up for grabs. The Atlantis, the Royal. You can see a picture of it behind the tee. It looks like luxury Lego. It's quite the feat of engineering. You get a 2-night stay. The newer of the two buildings. 1 night stay in the Queen Room, another one in the Skyscape Penthouse. Some nice views up there.
That's where I'd be. One house to the penthouse.
Shinkwood finds the green. A couple of steps in the right direction though. 2 under for the last 5 at least for him, up to 12.
This is awkward. Ball above his feet here. He can cut the heel in, guard it against it. Right's not the side to miss on. Well, I'll tell you what, that's not a bad result from where he was.
It's been a tough day at Bradbury. There's going to be a load of good ones to come, that I know. Perfect. Pin height, few birdies, this back nine. Still be a great week.
Yeah, it's not going to be his week, but it's been a good start to the season for Bradbury. A winner early on, got a hole-in-one in Abu Dhabi as well. Nice set of wheels. Hasn't all been a loss by no means. Let's go to 12, our co-leader, and Patrick Reed.
Yeah, he's not going to go away, is he? He's going to hit fairways. There's always something special in there. Oh, now that's going to be difficult because there's a number of palm trees around there.
Remarkable when you consider it's his first event for a long time. Very little signs of rust. Oh, nice. Knifed it. Little too much of the little ball there.
We'll find out if that was Arnal's third or fourth after losing his drive out to the right, up to 14 with Thomas Peters for birdie.
And the leader's just sort of stretching away a little bit, where Peters almost had a bit of an interest in this trophy for a while. Now 5 behind.
Yeah, you maybe can forget about the tournament, but getting the Ryder Cup points that are on offer is crucial to finish strong.
If you are just joining us, well, you couldn't have written it, really, could you? Even 7 days ago, you ask, and the golf course here in Dubai always seems to deliver. It's Reed versus McIlroy here on the final day.
Yeah, quite incredible. Couple of early birdies and then a touch of magic out of the bunker on a tough par 4, the 6th also.
Yeah, that was his third of the day. This was a good save though at 9.
Certainly was. Watch the reaction. He knew what that meant.
What did Rory have at 9?
Something special. 8 pars to start. So a slow start, but the engine is starting to rev.
Yesterday he looked like he was on the inside lane, overtaking everyone. He's being caught, but that helped. His first birdie of the day was a long time coming.
Over on the par 5, how about this? Golfing gods shining down on Patrick Reed. Front left pin, difficult to get to, a lot of balls aiming up at the back of the green. Kills in the front slope and crawls past the edge of the hole. Outrageous break for Patrick Reed.
There was almost no way to hit that shot, but he did, and he held the putt to come as well. That was to tie the lead at that point in time. An eagle 3.
And a difficult putt. And he's watching what Patrick Reed is doing out there. That was nicely judged. And signed for a cosy, easy birdie 4 at 10.
The most comfortable of which he's had all day came there. Back-to-back birdies at 9 and 10 for McIlroy. Got him to 17 under par. They are stretching away from the rest of the field.
Patrick Reed, he loves the scrap. I know about this for an approach.
Yeah, it was beautifully run up that little ridge. And you pretty much knew what was coming.
A free read, and he took advantage there. Birdie 2. They lead 3 clear of the rest here in Dubai.
Outside body try for Callum Shinkwin, trying to turn his round around. And I should move a little right to left. Go on then. Go on. Oh.
It's a tricky putt to get this bang on. It's right to left, but it might just want to straighten at the hole, so it's easy to overcook this and miss it right into the grain.
Give it plenty.
Certainly did. All right, up to 12 we go. Short right is Ian Poulter.
Yeah, this is easy. Especially a man of Poulter's talent. Up the hill, little right to left. Not a problem.
So he'll have that to stay alongside Lucas Herbert at 14 under par. Speaking of, is to go to 15 up at 14.
Yeah, 14. Yeah, he said he knew it, he straightened it, didn't have the faith. It's okay, but he needs a strong finish because you expect the leaders to pick up a couple of birdies in the final 2 holes.
Yeah, maybe one here. They're all expecting to take advantage of the par 5 13th, which is what Julian Brune wants to do and does. He pokes his head into the top 5 with that, a trio of birdies.
Found his way 3 feet or so for the par at 12. Good strong par 4 out of the way. Just remains 3 behind.
Rory McIlroy has tapped in back on the par 3, so these two remain locked at 17 under the card.
Well, 169 yards for Patrick Reed coming out the left waistland. Got a shape one from right to left, pins front right. You can just about see it. Oh, baby draw will suit him. Nice lie in this waistland as well.
Very skillful still. Turning it over, get it on line. Well, he'll be thinking about the chip in. Nice little upslope there, presenting the ball beautifully to him.
Yeah, it just shows you how uphill the hole is. You can't really see that. He was hoping it was going to stick.
Yeah, Perez had his day yesterday. Unfortunately, he's had bunker trouble today. He's at the right side of this fairway, taking dead aim. The second shot playing uphill, like you said. Little rise to this green, back into the breeze.
Yeah, okay, big target. A little bit wide. That'll feed down a little.
It's a little fatigue setting in for Victor Perez. It does feel on site like it's a 90-hole event. That's kind of, it's been, like we've said, a marathon. It's been a big week.
Well, it's interesting because the two main protagonists at the minute are the ones that had the layoff basically on the Friday, wasn't it? They had all day, a couple of holes they just had to play.
Yeah, there's no denying that some are better rested than others. With the luck of the draw, driver is out for Rory McIlroy.
Yeah, the first few days it was well up this tee. Back off the tombstones today, well back. And the wind, as Johnny Morgan rightly described, is kicking back into their face. It is strengthening. He's lived down the left-hand side in the rough this week. So will he hold it off down the left-hand side, or will he go to the go-to shot of right to left? I feel as though it's just going to be a little peeler from left to right.
I think he's necked it. Yeah, he has. He's tried to. Yeah, exactly. He's tried to muller it, and he's just caught it right out the heel.
Sigh of relief. Perhaps a little sign of McIlroy feeling the heat. Meanwhile, up ahead at the green, Sean Norris.
Yeah, obviously fancied it, flag out. Pitching to quite a substantial upslope. Really to sort of slow that chip down.
He's just burning money right now, though. Sean Norris, double at 9, bogey at 11. It's going to be another shot gone, we hear up there. I believe that was his 4th.
Well, Reed's got to fancy this. I'm just wondering he can't do it again, can he? I mean, he's chipped in already today. Nearly had an albatross, slotted in that eagle. I mean, he's firing at pins. It's all coming off. The ball's rolling in the holes, left, right, and centre. And this is straight up the hill. Very inviting chip, just shy of this green. And he's a bit of a magician with the short stick in his hand.
Hold still on the path, please. Hold still. Thank you.
You know, just have a little bit of a lean into the slope on this one, get out of the back foot, just keep those hands always ahead of the club face, get it running on the dance floor as soon as possible.
That was poor for him. He's normally better than that. He won the Farmers 2-3 years ago, just chipping and putting people off the golf course.
Yeah, a lot of loft on that, on the upslope. New tee, a couple of years ago, 13. That's Poulter got. Not sure he can turn it round the corner. Has to go down the right. That's pretty good, though.
It's been a brilliant performance from Poulter. The lack of length that he just getting late on in his career. Tremendous performance against these young guns.
Down in the right rough at 14 on the dogleg, Julian Brune.
Yeah, drying out. So just got to be careful. Maybe get a little bit of a jumper. Yeah, just kicking through, losing a little bit of control. It's a cracking finish out here, Ali.
Isn't it just something that Lucas Herbert knows all about? There he is, 15T. Yeah. Great flag today.
It's a brilliant flag, it really is. It really, really suits an aggressive draw, because then you can get on the grain and get on the slope and really curl it round.
So putt to come for him to get to 15 under par. Great to have the crowds out today, here on Monday. Free entry. 5 days of golf, albeit only 4 they were allowed to come along for. It was shut to the public on Thursday, because there was a lot of heavy flooding around the areas as well as on the golf course. They are giving this the full treatment up ahead at the 12th green.
It's funny, I don't really feel that getting flush on the ground like his brother-in-law was doing there makes any difference to how you see the line. I mean, you can feel it through your feet. You see what's all the shape in and around it. You don't really necessarily need to put your chin on the deck.
Maybe there's something here in this. Through the shadow.
He passes that test, Patrick Reed. He is blemish free for the day, 6 under par. And will stay at 17 under the card.
Able to watch every single shot of Reed's round. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Yeah, I was just about to ask you that. I don't think it matters when it comes to McIlroy. I think you can take it all. Nice touch, Ali.
Crafty there from Thomas Peters at 15 from the step cut. So that will be a par for him.
Bruin from the French. Former Ben Hogan Award finalist when he was at college over there at the States, TCU. So the kid can play. Bradbury a little bit light off the tee, not finding it today.
182 yards to a nasty front right flag position with Hurt in the air.
That's the biggest double cross.
Yeah, just trying to cut that. Just caught it a little heavy. Flip the face over. Tough times.
Wayne, you know Rory better than most people. What do you say? What about the body language? What about how's he feeling tension-wise? Is there anything you notice?
No, not at all. We had a little chat on 10. Nothing yet. Look, he's been there, done that. He's in the perfect spot down here, the left wing. He couldn't be any further left and keep it on the fairway, and the flag's on over there on the right. So green light flag, but just don't miss it right, Rory. It's tangly, it's weedy. Right there.
Yeah. Been the tail of the tape all week. When he has missed them, I just felt like they've been right.
You know what he's doing. He's just avoiding the left, but this is not his natural shape. It's not. To me, it's not the thing he's most comfortable with. Great tee shot from Poulter, staring down the par 5, 13 for his second shot.
Sounded a little sclaffy. Trying to cut one.
Turned it over.
Well, don't need to speak, do we? Turned it over, trying to cut it in there.
Really love that swing. Makes a great move at it. Flush, I'll just 100% with everything. Sometimes if he could maybe just learn to caress the odd shot in there. That's a lovely one, though.
Yeah, I'd love to play around a golf with him with about 7 clubs. Just teach him how to feather a few in there, absolutely. He's got the rest of it. Absolutely spot on most of the time, Shinkwin.
Look from the driving area back all the way down to the tee, which is on the left.
Yeah, and down the breeze, this 13th sharp dog leg from right to left, par 5. Patrick Reed should suit his eye. Oh, this is mustard.
Yeah, he just doesn't seem to make any mistakes when the pressure's on. He's actually unlucky. That's a tough break.
Yeah, that's run more than it should. He's going to be blocked out by the palm trees there. He needs to be careful. Yeah, might be okay.
Well, he's going to be forced to hit it maybe slightly further right than he would have liked.
Back to the par 3, 15th. Lucas Herbert down the hill for his 2. It's going to be par. Might need to, well, if he rolls that in, which with his prowess on the green should be no issue. Yeah, confirmation there that he did tap that in, so needs something special in the final 3 to challenge the 2 on top that lead the way here in the Hero Dubai Desert Classic. Reed and McIlroy battling it out. Great round as well from Henrik Stenson. He is currently 8 under par. He's only got 2 left to play, but he's on the other side of the golf course. Eagle and 6 birdies in there, so he's making a bit of a charge. They're coming from everywhere, aren't they? Jordan Smith as well. What a year it was for him last season, getting his 2nd win on the DP World Tour, breaking records as well. Four times Rolex Series champion, Tyrrell Hatton, taking big strides today. Won't be enough, but still will build some momentum for the rest of the season from that. Quickly to Bradbury.
Electing to take his preferred lie and placing it into the rough. Smart boy. I remember back in the day, I watched Tiger Woods chip in from over the back of this green, back left flag on that occasion, on his way to victory. This lie that Rory McIlroy's got down here on the front right of 12 is really good. He's got enough green to work with. Just as long as he's vigorous, creates speed down at the ball. Do you get my drift?
Always, Wayne. This is 58 degree. To a slightly softer shaft for more feel. Can he deliver? He normally does.
One of the things when you watch these top players battle it out in the final round is their ability just to control their emotions, keep their heart rate calm, not getting caught up in the mark. Yes, it's experience, but goodness me, you still have to do it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He's not panicking. He knows he's got the ability to play it. Takes his time and just believes.
It's going to be a 4 for McIlroy. They are still locked on top, he and Patrick Reed.
Yeah, the crowd have given him a par there as they move on to collect his tee shot down the par 5 13 to maybe get a view of Patrick Reed's 2nd up ahead.
A long way left here. Adrian so there's loads of green to play with. Pretty heavy. It will release on him.
Yeah, we had a spell in the pond yesterday, didn't he? He was making sure he avoided that today.
Yeah, but this time he's found the bunker. This hole seems to have the number of Adrian this week.
Out of Callum's left. He's hung tough today. Shinkwin.
Very good indeed. And back to level par for his round. couple more, next 3 more from here. It'll be a fantastic week for Shinkwin.
A similar deal to playing partner on ours for Poulter, maybe a slightly better lie. He has a more controlled pitching action. It's okay, it's pretty good.
So that will be for a birdie to come from Ian Poulter. Chance to get up to 15 under par on his own. Merely a formality, you'd have to think, for Rory McIlroy. No drama there. Plenty on the leaderboard, though. Plenty in the last 7 days. This day certainly shaping up differently than we thought when we all arrived here at the Emriates Golf Club earlier today. At sunrise, it's a marathon, and Reed and McIlroy currently the front runners, turning into a little bit of a duel, isn't it, this final round? A mouth-watering prospect in Dubai.
Yeah, modern day duel in the sun, not in the same group, though. McIlroy watching Reed's every single move as Reed looking over his shoulder.
So that is the 4th shot. Going for the old up, up and down, still off the green Adrian now, so that's for par to come.
He's wasted half a dozen shots around the greens. Is it me or Arnaus? Just seems...
No, and that's funny, we noticed that yesterday, in an awful lot of those kind of bunker shots when he short-sided himself and just sort of slowed the club down into the ball. Kind of second shot at 16.
He's compiling a decent round. Marcus Kinalt. Very much looking like a good sort of top 10 performance, Rolex Series. Bundles of points available, start of the season, building confidence.
Yeah, he's currently 100th in the race to Dubai, with a big opportunity to go up inside the top 20 for a number of these players, such as the weighting of the Rolex Series. Speaking of weighting, there's been quite a bit of it for these final 2 groups.
Gap between the edge of the putting green and the fringe there. Different types of grasses. Stops the fairway grasses encroaching onto the putting surface, but it just creates a little hurdle that the golf ball has to roll over the top of.
Left at 16 by Lucas Herbert. He's going to move some earth to get this up and over and onto the putting surface, and does so. It's a tricky pin, that, just over the ridge. Might be crucial in about an hour.
There's a wee knuckle as well on the left, isn't there? You've got to avoid Reed weights. Hidalgo and Poulter up ahead at the green. On a Monday, I should say, a Sunday 4th round. There's always a bit more gardening goes ahead on the greens. Trying to keep the mind quiet.
Chance to get back to level par for his day. Hidalgo, there you go. 2 in the last 3. Nice work.
Probably going for his best Rolex finish.
been a long wait back there for Patrick Reed watching this up ahead. It is for birdie for Ian Poulter.
He's not given up, and he won't give up. Just to get to 15.
Opportunity missed from the fairway at the par 5, up to 15 with Julian Brune.
Yeah, nearly caught the side slopes. This is quite quick, all the way to the hole.
Just nestling that down there. No birdie. He's 3 under par for the day, though, and it's been a fine back nine so far for the Frenchman.
Yeah, 15, 16 are holes you're quite happy with pars on.
Well, 277 yards for Sean Norris from the fairway. Gonna play a little juicy fade for you here, aiming at the left edge of the camera tower, right behind the green. Pins back right, all downhill. He sent that one at me.
Yeah, hand off.
Miles left.
Hand off the club. Wasn't thrilled with the strike by any means, Sean Norris. He'll find that front trap.
Yeah, hard shot that, isn't it? Trying to cut it towards that penalty area. Long range effort for Peters. Down the hill, right to left, over that little knoll. Striking. Yeah, nice touch. A better week after last week's miscut.
Yeah, that would have got under his skin, not being able to defend the way he wanted to at Yaz Links. Back to 13, Perez. To the man that was victorious there, digging that one out with his second.
Very nearly made it. Incredible ball flight from a poor lie to get it that far down.
Well, here we go. Fortunately, my favourite to brave on this one. 240 yards coming out the first cut of rough. Grass is cut back towards the tee box, making it a little bit difficult to get the right strike. He's going to have to shape this one with a little left to right breeze from right to left. Lake on the right. Tall order shot coming your way.
Yeah, he has to strike this to get that carry.
He's been up there before this week. It's green to work with. He might have to navigate over the ridge from there as well. But by no means an automatic birdie for Patrick Reed. Let's go to 16, Lucas Herbert.
Yeah, managed to gouge one just past pin high.
What number do he and Poulter have to get to apply the pressure?
It's a number I don't think they can get to.
Yeah.
If I'm honest, I still think Reed and McIlroy are going to make a couple more birdies, I think, coming home.
Help in the air, dogleg right to left. Help out of the left, and there are 2 palms down there on the right side of the fairway. If you just push it a little too much, you can get stuck behind those 2.
Might be a soft enough bounce so he doesn't have to navigate them. Time will tell.
This is straight over the corner. He is just going to send this. He can turn this hole into a driver and a 6-iron. Obliterate time.
It's a great drive. It's a hole that's afforded him momentum 2 days consecutively. The eagle in round 2. The birdie that sparked a trio of them here yesterday. A nice drive down there for McIlroy.
Yeah, certainly the gear, extra gear that McIlroy has that Radar talks about. He certainly put it in there because that's a ripper of a drive to get it just past and left of those palm trees. That's made quite a difference. He can actually have a go at that flag rather than just trying to make a hard 4.
To Poulter 14, fairway medal.
Yeah, like 3 would here. Get it turning over from right to left. But overdone it once more.
Lucas Herbert for par at 16. He'll need a very special finish and then hope. It's gripping drama, isn't it, Anthony?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, where would you rather be than in Dubai at this time of the year in January when the weather can be a little bit bleak, certainly if you're coming from Northern Europe. Taking sites like that, the Burj Al Arab. Luxury all the way. It's on its own little island out to sea. And there's the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building at nearly 830 metres into the sky. Wonderful beaches, wonderful restaurants. So much to see and do. It has become a very famous skyline, hasn't it, here in Dubai. The original desert classic. So anyone just joining us, I'm sure there will be throughout the morning or evening or afternoon, wherever you're watching from. It is, would you believe, Patrick Reed and Rory McIlroy at the top of the leaderboard. They're not playing in the same group. In some ways, I think that's a little bit of a shame, Laura, isn't it?
Yeah, mano a mano, that would be something, wouldn't it? See them eyeing each other up, but I'm not sure which way round they'd like it. Because they're both doing equally as well, they're probably happy with the way things are going.
Well, I think back to the Ryder Cup in 2016, and it was one of the most exciting rounds of golf, days of golf, or contests in golf that I've ever seen when they took each other on. Reed prevailed on that occasion.
Yeah, that famous incident on the par 3, that was massive, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you got the whole downgrade kind of going into it, huh?
Well, Patrick Reed, short and left of this green, and that thick rough, and he's got quite fortunate here. Someone's trampled down, the grass is bent towards where the flag is. He's sat up nice and pretty on top of it, so he can get a bit of groove on this. Plenty of green to work with.
You are sort of fighting slope and grain here.
Wow. It's another incredible shot from Reed. That is going to be a birdie for sure, and that will give him the lead outright. For the first time today, McIlroy will be passed to 17 and Herbert.
Right, he's going to take dead aim, 343 yards today, whether he can get all the way back to the pin. First off, he's got to hit it straight enough. This is a bit tight down the left. Oh no, he's hit the tree. The infamous tree. Actually, I think that was the middle one of the 3.
Patrick Reed steps up and taps in at the 13th. So he does move it to 18 under par, and he is one ahead of McIlroy now, who is back down this hole in the fairway.
Yeah, I have to say it's a brilliant chip. I didn't think he would get that stone dead. I thought he might leave himself 5 or 6 feet. Patrick Reed there across the 13th. And that's why he does so well. Great short game.
Bit of a break for Poulter here. Looks like he's just in the desert, and if he is, it's a lot easier than that clunky rough. 29 on, 6 from the left, so not an easy shot. That's okay, sensible.
Arnaus has found the fairway.
And a big drive. This will be no more than 9 iron. He might even try and smash a wedge.
He's got a big advantage, hasn't he, over his playing partners? He's not only is he long, he seems like he hits it pretty straight.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he just gives away a few around the greens. But I think he's learning. He's getting better at that part of the game. But watch out. Years to come. He's quite a talent.
Plenty of birdies on the 13th today. Not yet an eagle. You can see where the birdies have come, and McIlroy has whipped it down there past 2 of the 3 palm trees, Shinkwin and Bradbury. Not sure whether they'll have to shape something here.
Bradbury way back 254, and the palms were in the way, but what he can do with the wind out of the left-hand side as we wait for this green, Perez to finish out, he's just going to fade it on that breeze. So aim it at the left wing, and if he misses it left, okay, you find yourself where Patrick Reed was, and he made a mockery of it.
Well, they're waiting because up ahead Victor Perez has this for par. Maybe just running out of a little bit of steam out there today. The man who won so impressively, so dramatically at Abu Dhabi last week hasn't made a birdie today. 4 over on his round and slipping backwards. Right, so they'll head off over the bridge to the 14th tee.
So here comes the roller coaster ride from left to right. A big loopy fade required.
Certainly fading.
Yeah, lovely.
That'll do him the power of good. He's had a horrible day. Pop that in, decent finish.
Yeah, that was really good. Really good to find the back tier. Just trying to chop one in there from this tricky pin at 16. It's about as good as you can do.
Yeah, good back 9 so far, 3 birdies. In fact, he's only dropped the 1 shot so far today, the Frenchman. Back over to 13. It's going to be Shinkwin next.
And always nice to see the shot that is required already punished, like Bradbury did. So he's going to try to emulate that shot. Just a few yards closer.
Two young fellas trying to embrace the challenge. Big high fade. Got to get a kick forward. And 2 good shots.
.225 yards to go for Rory McIlroy. Just a fantastic tee shot down the right wing. A bird's eye view of this flag. He's already eagled it once this week. Wind out of the left. 5 iron. Can he get it on that back step where the flag is positioned? That's where he wants to be. He stood there for a long time watching Patrick Reed hit that chip, so he knows he's in for a dogfight.
This looks very good, and indeed it is. A chance to get back in the lead again if you can just leapfrog Patrick Reed to get to 19, but chances are they'll be tied again at 18 with a 2-putt.
That's a tight target. That's the best swing of the day for McIlroy.
It was a slowish start, but he has certainly warmed to his task, hasn't he? Let's go to Patrick Reed at the 14th.
seen many balls on that side of the fairway, and that looked like it dug its heels in.
To Ian Poulter up ahead on the green here at 14. He played safe with the approach shot from the sand.
Yeah, quite a flat bit of green at the back. Good pace.
Yeah, I'll be ruining not taking advantage of that 13th hole, one of the easiest on the course, where McIlroy has the eagle putt to climb back in front of Patrick Reed. And is, well, maybe just starting to look like a two-horse race.
Saw the drive, clip the trees, left himself a perfect angle, land it short, run it up, and this looks very good indeed. Well done, Lucas.
Yeah, that's a super shot, isn't it? He must have run that 60 feet. He's judged it to within 4.
Well, a birdie eagle finish would get Herbert in at 17 under. You'd have to think that's going to be just shy, but you never know. Strange things have happened down the stretch here in Dubai in the past.
Lovely to see. Just takes it on, dead aim, dead straight. No save there, just straight at it. Bit unlucky, maybe just caught the upslope, pitches a yard short, it possibly runs up as the greens have firmed up.
You guys just rock up.
It was a good shot from Angel Hidalgo, wasn't it? Over the flag at 14, so he's given himself a chance to get to 12 under. Well, it was a slow start, but it's turning into a better day for the young Spaniard. Remember, only 24 still. 12 under is in a share of 6th place to Brun at the 16th.
Yeah, he's at 3 on the back 9 already. He's putting in a strong finish. The talented Frenchman. It's going to be a good week. Might see him win this year. He seems pretty comfortable in those last few groups.
Kinnell up the green. He's just seen Lucas Herbert's ball, just not to a huge amount. Started out straight. Oh, it just drifted across, but a good putt.
So to 13.
Straight up the hill, into the green. And then it goes gently downhill.
Yeah, beautiful touch. McIlroy was wandering in there just to check what that ball was doing as it was dying on the grain. It was almost just tracking back from left to right. Maybe a couple of clues in there.
And that takes Shinkwin under par for the day. Good start to the back 9. 3 birdies in 4 holes. He moves to 13 under.
Yeah, this green has totally changed over the years. It always tilted from left to right. This putt was, you know, outside left. I'm not so sure on this occasion. It kind of wants to go right to left and then straighten. But he has fond memories. That eagle putt he holed, this pin position isn't that dissimilar. It was a lot longer than this putt, that eagle putt he holed. So he knows exactly. He got a lot of help, even though it was from a different angle from Shinkwin. Is it eagle time?
No, it's not, but it is going to be a birdie. And McIlroy will move alongside Patrick Reed once again in a share of the lead.
You can see what he was thinking, can't you? The grain was just going to just pop it a fraction right, even though the slope was possibly the other way.
Well, let's hop over the pond to the 14th. Patrick Reed is in the deepish rough here, John.
Yeah, and it's horrible light, Dom. He's going to have to muscle this one out. There's a little gap between the bunkers, feeds up onto the green. I mean, this is everything he's got and more. Pin's right at the back of the green. Once if he gets it on there, will release towards the back pin.
Yeah, interesting. Johnny doesn't think he can carry it more than 150, so it must be really sitting down.
It is.
It's a small gap, Johnny, to run it, isn't it?
I have no idea.
Oh, he's done well, hasn't he? It's going to run right through, going the second step of rough, but that's a beautiful lie, and he's getting some luck with these lies, and that's what you need.
Hear him say, I've got no ideas. It's obviously just jumped and a clue how that was going to come out. He's obviously got a bit of a flyer and got lucky.
17, the birdie putt for Herbert.
It was a good putt, putting through his shadow, never easy. He's done half of what you said, Dom. Now he needs the eagle, post 17, and just see what happens.
To the par 3 15th, Ian Poulter.
Happy drawing the middle irons. Cool, lucky. Just caught the upslope and killed it.
Up to 18, and Bob McIntyre coming towards the end of his round.
Oh, that'll please him.
Oh, it's a strange one, isn't it? So just a par and a closing 73 for the Scot. 7 under pars, just inside the top 40. Not quite the finish he was hoping for. Swooping down from the 14th green back towards the tee and the final group. What would you be taking off this tee today, Radar?
As much as I could possibly get my hands on. Rory will hit 3-wood today. He's hitting that much straighter than he is hitting his driver. Even though he's not that crooked with his driver, he's just been missing the fairways by a smidge. And the wind's swirling. It was down on the par 5 out of the left, and so it's down out of the right. Go figure on this, the 14th, the gentle dogleg from right to left hole. It sits across you, this fairway. A lot of people finish in the left rough. The right rough doesn't really get a workout. Don't bite off too much. Don't bite off more than you can chew.
I think the confidence has returned for Shinkwin. Ripping driver as far left as you can.
He'll just ride the breeze with this 3-wood. It'll leave him a little further back, but that's okay. It's just a 3-wood with a little bit of help out of the right in the air. 3-wood and a wedge. When you possess his strength.
Go a little bit askew. I want a good line. Oh, it's okay. I think he maybe thought he'd hit it a bit further, but that's in an ideal position. Quite a long way back, but okay.
Who's it going to be? It's a great tussle, isn't it, out there between McIlroy and Reed. As I say, it very much looks as though it's going to come down to those two. And the final 5 holes here at the Emirates. What do you think will be the decisive holes, Laura?
Well, it's obviously you can make your pals the next 3 or 4 holes. It's all going to be, I think, who plays 17 and 18 better, and Rory's not got great feel for that 18th the last couple of times, but he's the sort of player that can put that behind him, so it's going to go all the way, isn't it?
Well, this is another chip suiting the eye of Patrick Reed, I feel. It's just going to keep the loft on the club, just carry the ball no more than a yard, half a yard onto the green, all downhill. We'll have a little bit of movement on it. But he's got to fancy this as well. It's not a bad lie. Also, that ain't good to hear.
Yeah, hot left, didn't it? Come off the face a little bit hotter than he thought. That won't go into his book of the best chips he's ever played. 25 feet or so.
There's Poulter's birdie try on 15 to get to 15 under. He'll still be thinking he's an outside chance of posting something they can't catch. And that's a great putt. Not the birdie he needs. Still 3 holes to go.
Yeah, I think he'll be encouraged by this performance, Ian Poulter. Lean times for him recently. Shinkwin and McIlroy striding down the 14th. A little bit of work to do, isn't there, here for Patrick Reed? 7 under par today, Reed. We wondered who was going to jump out of the chasing pack and give Rory McIlroy a run for it out there today. It has been the American Arnaus. Every one of these is absolutely vital for him. He's dropped a couple of shots at 12 and 13. It's just a par at 15. He stays 10 under to Michael Thorbjornsen, the 21-year-old American amateur, number 2 in the world amateur golf rankings. Here he is at 18.
Classy little shot.
It's looking down over the 14th green. There's Sean Norris. This is for a 5. Another one goes, I'm afraid. Five over par today. Been a real struggle for Norris. Laura, Anthony, would you rather be in Reed's situation as the player in front, or in Roy's situation back down the fairway and keeping an eye on what happens in front of you?
Yeah, I'd probably rather post it.
Yep, I'm the same. Get in, put a number up. It's always harder to catch someone who can't drop any more shots.
But then Rory just seems to have the habit of getting down there pretty quick to watch.
Par for Reed. He stays at 18 under.
Yeah, I kind of like where Rory is sitting back and watching. I hate to disagree with you people in the box, but he seems very comfortable. As Rory McIlroy, you couldn't be in a better position. He's missed the rough by about 2 inches. He's got 186 yards. The wind's out of the right-hand side. The flag's all the way back left. He's got a bird's eye view of this, and he's got himself an 8.
Bad news is in the bunker. The good news, he's got plenty of room to work with, bit of wind into.
Hoping it sort of caught the edge and just kicked it away. Bit of a glancing blow into that bank.
Stand still, please, guys.
Otherwise he might be plugged from that sort of height.
Be the first one we'd seen. I don't remember an actual plugged ball this week, so let's hope he's not going to get one.
This is the 16th tee, and Ian Poulter. Tough driving hole.
Yes, very much so. Not the longest anymore. Poltz was trying to get it down the left. But that will be in a bit of trouble.
I'm not sure if it's position Z, but it's certainly not position A to Shinkwin at the 14th.
Needs a big finish now. Probably not going to be troubling the two leaders, but every point, every Euro counts. So much to play for these guys. A long year.
Yes, and what wouldn't McIlroy have done to be putting from there instead of in that bunker? We'll wait for news on the lie there. In the meantime, we'll go up to 18, and this for a closing bar for Torbjornsson. Yeah, well done. We've enjoyed watching him this week. Looks like a real talent.
Yeah, it's great to see the young guys coming through, and we've been lucky to see two this week that have, well, got plenty of games, shall we say.
Yeah, Torbjornsson and Ludwig Aberg, the amateur world #1. Here's Julian Brunn.
Yeah, like Lucas Herbert, judged it well.
Well, there you go. There is Rory's ball.
It's really good. And that breeze that's kicked up considerably is right back into his face. He's going to lay this club face way open. He's going to be aggressive down at the ball. It really is a pretty simple shot. Okay, where he needs to land, it's a little downslope, but that's not such a bad thing. It should propel it forward a little. One thing he doesn't want to happen is catch this too well. You could leave yourself 5 or 6 feet short above it. But I've got him getting this up and down.
Yeah, spot on, Radar. That's exactly what he did. Just released it beautifully to the hole. Wide open, that face.
Everyone at home can learn from that. Look at the club head speed. Most amateurs decelerate. That was all acceleration, and just trust that you know what you're doing, and he most certainly does.
Let's go ahead to the par 3 15th, and Patrick Reed.
His flag won't trouble him. Use the slope, use the grain, kick it up there. Oh, he's flown it all the way. Brave, brave, brave boy. And past the hole, that's a good spot to be in.
Yeah, he's looking very dangerous, isn't he?
This is Callum Hill. He's playing his second to the par 4 17th.
Oof. Shots all over the place, Laura.
Yeah, that'll test your nerve, that one, won't it? Late on a Sunday afternoon.
And back to 14, and Dan Bradbury. Hasn't made a birdie yet today. Oh, yes, he has. He's just made one at the 13th. I'm being rather unkind. Hopefully that'll be good enough for par. If he can squeak out another couple of birdies, maybe he won't feel too bad about how today has gone. He's 5 over at the moment, horrid front nine. Out in 41 to a par of 35. Here we go then, Lucas Herbert at the 18th.
Yeah, he's got some previous here, hasn't he? The mindset for him here is try and get in as close to the green as you can, short a club as possible, just to give him a chance.
And that is perfect, Anthony, isn't it?
It's fairway.
Shinkwin at 14. Just didn't move, did it?
He'll be enjoying this now. Back under par for the day. Tough start, bit of nerves. Starting to show what he can do.
So McIlroy with, what, about 3 feet or so for his part to remain alongside Reed in a share of the lead.
Yeah, great up and down. I have to go and stand on the 15th tee now and watch Patrick Reed's putt from about 15 feet for birdie.
Well, that's obviously where the buggies track. Well offline, but big high cutter. Over 170, so it's a big hit. Oh, what a shot. Simply brilliant. Played well, Ian Poulter, you have to say. It's been a while.
Playing with Herbert, Thomas Peters at the 18th.
Yeah, you know he can move it down there, and that's on a sensational line. Hopefully just carry that one little bit of rough that sticks out, and he does. Oh, he'll be going in with a, well, I'm going to suggest as little as a 5 iron, maybe less.
Oh, now it's at the 16th. Doesn't appear to like it.
Yeah, it's a poor shot after such a good drive, isn't it? So he's flicking a wedge in there. That's the difference. Ian Poulter's hitting 7 or 6. The Spaniard's hitting a wedge.
And up one more to the 17th and the birdie putt for Brun. Really good day for Julian Brun. He moves to 14 under, still got the par 5 18th to come. This could be a huge check, loads of points for him. Well, it was worth staying on to Monday, wasn't it? Couldn't really ask for much more.
Yeah, it's been a fabulous week, isn't it? And we got a great finish ahead. Loads more to come, Laura.
Without a doubt. Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting, isn't it? Who can hold their nerve? You'd almost have to say, unless Herbert eagles the last. It's been a 2-horse race for most of the back 9, but it's a huge moment coming up on this green.
Yeah, big putt coming your way up the hill into the green off the left-hand side. Got to give it some what for if he wants to reach his hole. Great gallery around the back of this green. Please serve your favourite tipple up there, Laura.
Well, it's your round, Janet, if you can see one.
So Reed to re-establish a 1-shot lead over McIlroy. This is to go 8 under par today. You can feel the tension out there, can't you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think Reed's quite enjoying taking his time, and McIlroy's also enjoying watching.
Yeah, I think they'll both be very comfortable with their position. We said we'd rather be Reed, obviously Radar said McIlroy, but I think they're both quite happy with where they are.
So Patrick Reed makes his par there at the 15th. 3 holes to go, tied for the lead.
It's this point yesterday, wasn't it? McIlroy hit a beautiful shot into here. Naturally sees a right to left draw with those mid-irons. So I think he'll enjoy this flag. He won't be playing away from it.
Just one of those days, isn't it, for Norris? He's just started out the day with such hope, and this was his worst nightmare, and it's unfolding.
Well, it wasn't a great wedge, was it? If that's what it was for Adrian Aus at 16, but he's still got a look at birdie here.
Yeah, a little bit messy, wasn't it? Quite commit to that left flag. It's a tight one. As you can see, he's uphill, so it is a good chance to be aggressive.
Yeah, there's a huge incentive just to keep going, apart from the fact that it's a Rolex Series event and this tournament has so much history, all the Race to Dubai and Ryder Cup points. But he's one of the guys who's talked openly about wanting to grab one of those 10 PGA Tour cards, which will be available at the end of the season. So Shinkwin here at the 15th, the only par 3 on the course, on the Majlis course, to be playing over its par.
And that's to do with the flag position today. Traditional Sunday, or Monday in this case, they always put it over there on the left-hand side. The wind straight out of the right-hand side, 198, trying to turn a right to left 6-iron.
Continues, doesn't it? What a marvellous shot. 3 over after his first 6 holes, and to go to 2 under for the day.
It's just a matter of how Rory McIlroy sees this shot. One feels 198 right to left wind. He'll aim it at the middle of the green and hit a loopy draw and try to release it to it with a 7. Gee whiz, it's a good old 7. But adrenaline pumps through the veins and it gives you strength that, well, you just don't know where it comes from. Trying to hit this so very high to get it to come down so very softly.
Certainly won't want to do what he did at the previous hole.
Well, Dom, you called it. He has got a little bit of green to work with, but that looked like it popped up, which normally means it's going to jump down into that long stuff, Anthony.
Well, if he can make his par there, let's show you how these two players have fared on these closing 3 holes. McIlroy with the advantage on 17. Reed, though, with the edge at the 18th. And overall, it is the man from the United States with the advantage over the closing 3. Here he is on the 16th tee.
Very much the target is up the right.
Damn it.
But with a hooking sort of feel to the hole, it is so easy to do that.
You see it off the tree?
Didn't see that come down.
Yeah, the marshal saw it quick. Very good, Anthony. Yeah, the marshal saw it quick. He's in Poulter territory and he'd like to hit it where Poulter's hit it to. Down the hill, little right to left. Oh, it didn't come back. That's a shame. Great shot in.
Let's head over to 18 and the second here for Lucas Herbert from 230 yards.
Almost impossible to get it close to that front right pin. If you're going to make eagle here today, you've probably got to hold a decent putt or even a chip. That'll be a chip for him. Bit of a bailout in these circumstances.
Angel Hidalgo. Another chance for the young Spaniard. Look at the celebration as well. This is a huge moment in his career. As we watch Thomas Pieters at the 18th from 206. Another little change up in the commentary box as Andrew Coltart joins Laura Davies and myself, Dom Hollier.
Pretty intense, Dominic, isn't it? I'm just wondering about the energy levels. Rory been scrapping hard all day. It takes it out of you. Reed with the 7 under par. It's been a lot more smoother going for him.
He's got some issues potentially though, hasn't he? At the 16th, we'll wait and see there. Meanwhile, De Bruyne is having a good day.
Yeah, that is absolutely perfect. He'll have a crack at the green in 2.
Marcus Kinnold has laid up at 18. He's a pretty good wedge player.
He's going to have to be tough one this. Now spin, come on. No, I couldn't quite get it. That's okay.
It's a funny one, that, isn't it? Sometimes there's just no spin at all.
Oh, this doesn't look nice.
No, it's ugly. Down deep in the mohair. Not much green to work with. Needs to pop it and release it.
That's not bad, to be fair. That was awful. But give yourself a chance. Hold that. Keep level.
Yeah, maybe even for these great players, the pressure is just beginning to bite a little bit.
And come all the way down to the last as well, isn't it?
All right, John Morgan's down there at the 16th. What's the news on Patrick Reed, John?
Oh, it's not good for Patrick Reed. I mean, horrid lie stuck behind the trees. It's down deep. I mean, he's looking over now to the 10th fairway. Can he lob it over the bunker onto the front portion of the fairway where it begins, or is he going to hit out right under the trees, give himself a good opportunity, a nice angle in for his 3rd?
Right here.
Ian Poulter with the conservative approach to the 17th.
Hey, missed the fairway down the right side here yesterday. I don't think you'll see him make that mistake 2 days running. Not the left half this time.
Yeah, that's fine. That right pin. Good angle.
Over to 15.
Rory out with the scorecard, trying to gain as much advantage as he can, using the rules correctly, using all of that scorecard, trying to get the best lie he can to putt through this fringe, down the hill, down green. Look, it's very makeable, this putt, but this is the biggest putt he's faced all day, pressure-wise, trophy day.
Radar, he wouldn't know that Reed's in a bit of trouble down the next. Doesn't need to get too carried away yet, does he? Just try and roll it down there.
Oh, he's been there so many times, Laura. It's, you know, I've seen him in this predicament many times and he prevails, but this is just so very huge, this putt. Will it bobble through the fringe? That's the thing. Will it bounce? But he took the scorecard length and he went as far left as he can to get it, not closer to the green, but get it closer to the surface, eliminating a bobble.
It's just big in terms of momentum, isn't it, really? He has not dropped a shot so far today.
loses the lead, albeit maybe temporarily. And the error, unfortunately, was just the left off the tee. He wasn't trying to hit it left, he wasn't trying to be overly aggressive, he just turned it over. What about Reid?
He's just punched it forward into the fairway at 16.
Yeah, and I don't even think he could get it far enough down there to get a nice, comfortable yardage for his next. Sure, he'll be able to reach the green, but not in there around about that sort of nice wedges. 100, 110.
First real misstep from him today, Patrick Reid. He's been pretty much faultless to this point, to 17 and on, now's having a crack.
One of the few that can get it all the way back if he gets it right.
There's more ball speed in there than McIlroy. 187 earlier on in the golf course. Goodness me, that's colossal. Huge hit from Arnaus.
Yeah, 343 to that pin. It's probably just gone about 349, maybe 350. Huge.
Well, Rory will be buoyed when he gets up on that tee and looks up this time and sees Reid struggling.
What would you rather have been, Andrew? We've had a debate. Would you rather have been the chaser or the man to post the number?
Yeah, it's been an interesting debate. Yeah, yeah, post the number. Have to be.
Well, just out of that yardage you were talking about, Andrew, 133 yards. I mean, a little bit of breeze into your face off the right-hand side as well to boot. Coming in from the perfect angle, though.
Beautifully balanced. And what a shot. And if he holds that putt, he's in charge a little bit. Roy doesn't even like the tee shot on 16 either. He's had his problems down that left side.
Fault it. Just take dead aim here. Ball below the feet. Just use those contours, the camber to feed it in from the middle of the green, but he's dragged it.
To 18, we saw the approach of Lucas Herbert through the back of the green.
Yeah, it's a horrible looking shot. This, all you can see is the water. You want to be brave, but you don't want to have too much speed on it. And that looks very good. Thumbs up from the playing partner, and believe you me, that was nice.
Yeah, Lucas Herbert will have that for a closing birdie. 16th tee, Shinkwin.
Into the breeze today. A dog leg from right to left.
I thought he'd maybe run out on that line now. No, not a bit of it. Good drive. He doesn't hold back, does he?
He didn't make his birdie putt, by the way, Callum Shinkwin at the 15th, so he's still 13 under. This is Arnaus at 17 with an eagle putt.
Yeah, two putts would be good. Always lovely if they drop in, but tricky. You saw it just bobble off the fringe. Has that taken too much off it? Oh, it took just enough, but that's a good putt.
Back to 16, McIlroy.
Out with the driver, and rightly so. And the cushion of air he has into his face can be his friend on this occasion. I don't believe that if he hits it between those two balls, Bradbury's and Shinkwin's, he can run out. So he can bail out somewhat. He shouldn't want to have anything to do with that left-hand side today.
You're going to love this one, Wayne. So is McIlroy.
Yeah, but he is one behind. 3 holes to play here. Reed's given himself a great chance, hasn't he, to save his par here at 16 after a poor tee shot.
Poulter plays this hole way too conservatively for me. I know he wouldn't reach the green, but he could leave himself a lovely chip. But then again, if you're Ian Poulter, I mean, how many times does he chip in? That's at least 2 today. But I still don't like the way he plays the hole, but I love his score.
I think he heard you, Laura. Poulter to 15 under, that is solo 4th at the moment. Herbert for a birdie at the last.
What a round for him. Great tournament. 16 under.
Yeah, and a birdie finish as well. Patrick Reed and Rory McIlroy would probably give good money for that. So Herbert sets the target. Not going to be enough unless something really strange happens, but another good week for him. That's the view down over the 16th green.
He's just so combative, isn't he?
Well, Patrick Reed's had a free read off of Victor Perez, just went before him, but long way out, had a bit of shake from right to left. Yeah, this one's just a right edge putt, I feel, for his part.
I got the feeling the putt on 15, he looked like he tried to jam it in. Not quite as smooth a stroke. Let's keep an eye on this one.
Well, that's the first bogey today for Patrick Reed.
Yeah, a few claps in the background. Don't think that was particularly necessary, but he's going to, as Dom says, make his bogey.
Penny for your thoughts.
Up to 18, Thomas Peters.
Excellent putt there for Peters. Nice birdie to finish with.
Yeah, just outside the top 5 at 13 under. Reed makes the bogey, so he's back alongside McIlroy at 17 under par.
Those couple of stumbles from the leaders have kind of brought Poulter back into it. Herbert obviously 16, probably not enough, but an eagle from Poulter, you never know.
Looks like a good drive from Julian Brune down the 18th.
Oh, Julian. That's a lot of money spent.
If Arnaus misses this, the way he's played it, no, he hasn't. He's held it, he's made his birdie, but it only been a half against Mr. Poulter.
Irony is McIlroy's hit more fairways today than the last 2 days put together. Just a 2 under par for his round.
Well, he's at a stonker down this 16th.
Shinken to have a crack. Bradbury's come up 45 feet short. So 162, a little bit of hurt in the air. It's a flat out 8 iron, or it's a feathered 7. Kind of like the 8, even though there's a bit of breeze up into his face. The air is thin, it's crisp. The ball is just zipping its way through it.
Doesn't do a lot of feathering. Maybe he did try to feather that one because he's double crossed it. I hope he didn't pick up any unforeseen language. Ouch.
That hit a palm tree over the back. Rory McIlroy hasn't got a clue that Patrick Reed made himself a bogey. Not one clue. Just a smooth 9-iron from 143. This suits his shape where this flag is. Middle step left. Time to poke one in there stiff, Rory.
Yeah, it's a sensible shot. Probably would have wished it was at least half that distance.
Well, maybe by the time he gets up to the green, the message on the grapevine will have filtered all the way back to him.
I'll tell him if he looks at me.
Sorry, Wayne, there's a great big scoreboard down the right of 16, isn't there? So if he wants to know, he'll know.
But into the water in 2, he's taken his drop, playing 4 now. What he wouldn't give to get up and down here.
Nicely controlled. Be nice if he could just make his part. He's had a good week.
Oh, he'd like to go back down the fairway and take that shot again, though, wouldn't he? They are the famous palm trees now, aren't they, on this 17th hole? And here he is, Patrick Reed.
Yeah, stepping on this old outward driver, taking the corner on Dom. Hold on, everybody, down the breeze.
Right shoulder, is it going a little bit right? It's going a long way right. Was that? I thought it was in the sand, was it?
I think it's just rolled into that little bush there. Looked to me like, just by the sign, I may be wrong, have been in the past. We shall see. The one that's just a little bit left.
Go on, Mikey. Mikey will find it. It's like Lassie out there.
One of our spotters, a great character. That's the one, in there, yes.
Should be a little bit easier to see the markings on it today.
Brun for a closing par. Oh, well done. That's gutsy stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm glad he went for it. You know, you got to get the best possible finish you can. He hit a poor shot, but what a good comeback.
5th place on his own currently. Remember, it's a Rolex Series event. $9 million in the prize fund. All those Race to Dubai and Ryder Cup points as well. Over the back of 16, Callum Shinkwin, radar.
Yeah, fresh off a coconut. Sitting down, he's got plenty of green to work with, just trying to stab this and trickle it down to the hole.
Oh, did he do well? That's a good shot. Uphill putt. Hopefully he escaped with a par.
Hopefully the scoreboard has changed up there at 16. Message has got through to McIlroy.
I wonder if he hadn't hit those 2 left at 14 and 15, whether he might have been slightly closer with that one. Still got a good chance as Reed walks up the 17th hole. Not sure he's going to enjoy it when he gets up to his ball.
Yeah, he knows nothing yet. He's probably thinking, oh, nice long bunker shot. That won't be too hard. It's going to be a lot worse.
They used to be an awful lot thicker than that, the bushes. They were deep. Cleaned an awful lot of them out. But it's pretty nasty. It's kind of like a heather, almost like an ice plant type thing, and you get zero idea as to what direction the ball's going to come in. Have you managed to get a little look, Johnny?
I have indeed, and he is in the bush. It's kind of got that icy plant feel to it as well. It's not a nice lie, Andrew.
Can he play it, John?
Can he play it? Oh, yes, he can. It's just how it's going to come out. That's the thing. He can get steep and just hope for the best. But he's all short-sighted himself here, Dom.
Are the trees in the way?
No trees in the way, Laura.
Okay.
Just don't get enough club face and grooves on the ball. Thick parts of that sort of ice plant there. Back to 16.
Rory McIlroy did give me the evil eye, and I informed him that Reed made a bogey. So he knows exactly what's going on. He got a nice read off Bradbury. And this is just gently out of his right into the green. Uphill all the way, so it's quite slow.
Yeah, it's a decent putt. Not easy to hold them at this stage. But if anyone can, you know Rory can. Been there time and time again.
Right, over to the 17th again.
Important here, lots of club head speed, because the one thing that's easy to do here, not quite commit, and it just duffs into that front bit of rough, and you've got to tough up and down for your par.
That was pretty well played. I was going to say, if he hit the green there, it would have been good.
Good leave though, eh?
Yeah, he's cleverly given himself some green to work with. An outside chance, looks like it's lying all right. Johnny will tell us, but as good as he is in and around the greens, there still is an opportunity for him to nick a birdie. I wonder, are they going to mark their balls and move to the side, or will they play out? Just
Okay, see you, big man, you got it.
So Rory waits back on the 17th tee. We'll go up to 18, and Ian Poulter.
Ian, out the left, yeah?
Yeah, just a little out your left, mainly in.
A couple of low left ones on this back nine. He certainly can't do with that one now. Needs a nice brave one down the right side, turn it over.
I don't know whether that's got the height to carry.
See the spectator. It's gone running through the desert. He'll probably just have to lay that up.
McIlroy makes his par, so he stays tied with Patrick Reed for the lead. 2 holes to go in regulation.
He's going to be standing over a shot in the middle of the fairway at 18 again. Reed.
Yeah, this could be it, couldn't it? If he makes a mess of this, chances are he'll hit a good one, because he's one of the best in the world at this.
Oh, if he doesn't hold that, he's staring a bogey. Last 2 holes in his face. I didn't see Patrick Reed making those errors.
Definitely not Andrew. That's very unlike him.
He's been quite fortunate in that Sean Norris is going to show him the line there, and he's not too far away anyway. But the pressure is on. Closing stages of this Monday finish for the Hero Dubai Desert Classic.
There's a referee on the side of the tee, just I think informing that the group in front will probably mark their balls and they'll have a chance to have a crack at the green.
I think it's been the last 2 groups. Just let him play out now. I mean, it's not like they're rushing in with the daylight. We're up early, so I would just let it, you know, you'll have a hold up on 18 if you let him go here.
Well, they have been waiting all day, I guess, so one more hole's not going to make the slightest bit of difference. It's been a painful day for Norris.
6 over par playing the 17th hole. Nothing much has gone right for him. A couple of double bogeys on the front nine when he took a visit to the water on both occasions. 4 more have gone on the backside. And a crucial putt for Patrick Reed here.
Yeah, he's incredibly stingy. He never gives strokes away.
I want to hit a slightly further. That was a real dribbery hit at the last, wasn't it? He normally gets them going in and with a tiny bit more pace. And I think we'll see that here. Whether he reads it or not is another thing.
That's a good stroke. He's brave, I'll give you that. Tough as old boots. Par save, tied with McIlroy back on the tee.
Sean Norris makes his par there at the 17th. Day to forget though for the South African.
Amazing how much chat the boys still have on the tee, isn't it, at a time like this? You know, in the cauldron, the intensity is, well, it's fever pitched.
I think it's nice sometimes, isn't it, just to take your mind off what's coming up. So it's a good idea. He's got 2 lovely young fellas to play with, and you know, they're having, well, Shinkrin's come right back into it, done very well, but Bradbury's still smiling. It's good to see. It's fun to see.
Yeah, maybe Dan Bradbury, despite having a horrid day, has just sort of started to enjoy the occasion and the opportunity he's been given here over the last couple of rounds to play with the world #1. Remember, still living the dream. It's only his 7th start on the DP World Tour. Already a winner, Dan Bradbury. McIlroy, as expected, reaching for the driver.
And for the 2 young fellas, it's great to watch how it should be done, how you conduct yourself under pressure. A huge learning curve for both of them today. Rory hasn't had his A game this week, and it shows some youngsters, well, you don't have to have your A game all the time. You can win ugly. Hasn't been ugly, but it hasn't been vintage Rory. 343 yards, you can't get it close here today. A good position is front left in the rough. Open the angle up. Plenty of help in there.
That's hit. Goodness me, that's hit. Oh, just in the thick rough down the right-hand side.
Now it's advantage McIlroy. And he knows it. If he's going to miss this, he's not going to miss it right. It's going to be over there on the left-hand side, just short of that hill, one would think. And leave himself a 35-yard pitch out of the rough. Time to send it.
Lovely high ball flight, fading a little bit, and absolutely perfect. A tricky little angle he's got there, probably have to putt it.
Stand still, please, guys.
It was sent. Showed the quality of the Arnaus drive though, didn't it? As he hit the green there and went through the side in the end, left-hand side.
Yeah, this is club head speed is right up there with the best of them. Hidalgo, this is going to be a big hit. He's fancying it.
stepped into that. I think he's going to go a little bit long. But what a lovely strike. Yeah, wonderful shot.
He's been good fun to watch this week, no doubt about it. Let's hope he can take on this form to the rest of the season. Who is your winner? Is it going to be Rory McIlroy? Is it going to be Patrick Reed? Lucas Herbert may not have packed up the clubs just yet.
Well, I don't think 5's going to do it for Reed on the final hole. He's got to make 4.
He's got to wait back on that 18th tee because further down this hole we know that Ian Poulter pulled his drive into the waste area. We're hearing that he is waiting for a ruling.
Yes, and then if you go at 10 more.
Arnaus, meanwhile, slightly hanging lie here, but able to get home with an iron.
Yeah, Arnaus has impressed me today. He's got to tidy up his short game though. That aspect, that area has let him down a bit. 215 for him. 5.
Well, he's had a big old cut here, trying to land it middle of the green, spin it at the hole maybe. Just overcooked it. Oh, that will be tricky now. Needs a very good lie.
Funnily enough, he did almost the exact same thing there yesterday. Back down this hole, Ian Poulter.
Just trying to nudge it back onto the fairway, give himself a yardage. Get to 16, maybe in a tie for 3rd. Difficult thing about that is it's tough to spin it back past the hole, and anything short of the pin will spin towards the water, so it's tough to stick it in close.
Well, does it mean to say that it would be nice for Rory to have a cushion going down 18, bearing in mind what happened to him last year on that hole, in the 72nd hole, and what happened yesterday when he found the water on both occasions?
No, I don't think mean at all. I think he's played some great golf. Not his best stuff, as Radar was alluding to. I think this up and down is not going to be as easy as it looks on this particular angle. He's got to go across a little ridge. He probably could putt it. He might choose to chip it, take a bit of spin in, put a bit of spin into the shot.
Well, McIlroy's more than most what can happen on the final hole. I don't suspect he'll be taking anything for granted again, using the full length of the scorecard for the preferred lie, getting it as far out there from the edge of the fringe, allowing the putt to be as smooth as possible.
Ali Whitaker's back with us as we watch Reed on this 18th tee.
Yeah, got my seatbelt on. This is fun. A long wait for Patrick Reed back on the tee, just enough time to think about all the things you don't want to. You don't want the weights this time of the afternoon, but that's a perler of a drive.
No doubt he'll be going for that anyway. Prime position, as Ali quite rightly said.
Up ahead, third shot now for Ian Poulter at 18.
9 times out of 10. Depending on where the pin is over on that right-hand side, you'll see them a little past it. Guy's been struggling to back it up. Started right. That was not a good strike, and it's a terrible result for Ian Poulter.
You want to give another go there, or you want to go further?
Oh, you've had such a good week as well, just right on the final hole. Clearly didn't get the right connection.
Frustration for Poulter. Let's go to 17, Callum Shinkwin from the right rough.
Bradbury played a lovely little parachute shot down breeze, short-sided. He made it look easy, trying the same shot. It's Callum. Rory's lag putting has been incredible this week. This isn't such a lag putt because he's coming up a steepish shelf and it's into the green and then it wants to turn down green. So we have a speed change here once it gets over the top of that little hog's back.
How close to the fringe will he need to keep it, Radar?
I don't think he needs to go anywhere near it, really. It's, you know, it's a pace. I don't think the fringe is really in the back of his mind. He's got a pretty good angle. It's amazing what a scorecard length how it can help the cause. It's a little right to left, and then it just wants to creep back the other way.
Smooth. Don't hear him shouting at it. He's done pretty good. That's a very good fist of that putt there.
Yeah, he'll have that for a birdie to go back ahead of Reed. Three shots ahead at the start of the day, remember, McIlroy.
Yeah, but he's doing what he needs to do. Great drive, good second there.
Yeah, we thought it was almost going to be a one-horse race, didn't we? Not to be. Always produces surprises, this event.
Just when you thought you'd seen it all, is a term often muttered at the Magulus course.
Fifth shot now for Poulter at 18.
It's a shallow section of the green. It's a fun pin to watch. It's not going to be fun for Poulter, though, at least a bogey for him.
Yeah, it's going to be costly. Quickly to Shinkwin at 17, down the slope, and makes his birdie.
That's been great, isn't it? Really good response to that front nine, the three drop shots through the first 6 holes. Terrific response. Learned a lot.
I don't think anyone could question the fight in him, nor would they dare.
Yeah, I'll let Dom tell him that, yeah.
Arnaus in the green side bunker at 18. How do you fancy this one?
Yeah, but you've got to be careful. You've got to be careful if it comes out with a little bit of topspin.
It's far more downhill than it looks from this high camera angle as well. Down grain, downhill once it hits the deck.
It needs to be sharper around the greens, Arnaus. So if he's going to take the positive, the rest of his game's fine.
Back over to 17 and McIlroy for the birdie to move to 18 under, nudge in front of Reed.
It's not a given. What this putt does from the low side versus the high side is a little different. Not an easy read.
Not a problem though for McIlroy. He is back in front with just the 18th to play.
Unfinished business indeed. Another look at it. Smooth stroke. I don't think I've ever seen McIlroy hole out as well from those kind of distances throughout the whole 5 days.
That's a big old putt, isn't it? Remember though, Patrick Reed is in the fairway. He's in a good position at 18.
It's Amazing when you saw him make that bogey on the 15th. Did you think he'd be standing on the 18th with a one-shot lead? I wasn't so sure, I wasn't confident. Two good swings. But he'll have quite a weight, won't he?
Both of them will. Patrick Reed has down the last.
That's what makes some of these top players just incredible. A lot of youngsters looking at this will think you've got to play perfectly to win. Wayne Riley was saying earlier on, and he's so right, that sometimes you have to win ugly, and it's not all been there for McIlroy as he stands aloft that 72nd tee with a one-shot lead. It's been a real battle.
So McIlroy on the tee, Reed down in the fairway. We'll head up to the green, and the birdie putt for Arnaus.
And this for a top 10. Caddy praying for his bonus.
Good angle here. It is downhill, right to left.
Oh, what a good putt, and how unfortunate for Arnaus. And it's just going to be a 5. Still much better than last week. He missed the cut in the first of the Rolex Series events in Abu Dhabi. Just outside the top 10 here at 11 under.
Yeah, and he was a young player that had hoped to make it into the Hero Cup side. Didn't get the nod, trying to prove his point. Big season ahead for him. He's on the periphery.
Ian Poulter, remember, is in danger of dropping a couple of shots there at 18. This is for a bogey 6.
Shouldn't be too much movement. It will be reasonably slick from here. Maybe there's a lot. Oh, it did bend. It's going to be a double. This hole gives and it takes just as quickly. That's if he rolls that in.
Hidalgo. One of the most animated golfers out there. Young man just embarking on his career. I mean, a very entertaining viewing.
Either way, his year's going to be nicely set up by this. Rolex Series events are huge. It's his first appearance here at the Emirates as well, let's not forget that. This would be the icing on the cake if this would drop in.
Shame, but he will take away some really good memories from this week. Not really competed at this level before in a Rolex Series event. Got in the thick of it, and he seems to have enjoyed himself.
He's clearly a player that likes the stage, isn't he? He's missed his 5 consecutive cuts on the way to here, and certainly rose to the occasion. Certainly endearing himself to fans along the way.
Penny for his thoughts, standing on this 18th tee. Not a hole that's been particularly kind to him, as we've said, and I'm sure you know. It is a 7, I'm afraid, for Ian Poulter at the last, and doing a lot of good work out there. Horrid way to finish, isn't it?
Yeah, shame for he'll get over that fairly quickly though, and a good season will await for Ian, because it's been a good performance here this week.
And well done to Angel Hidalgo. After all those miscuts, it is going to be a top 10 finish. He closes out with an under par round. And as they head off to the scorer's hut, we can go back down the 18th. There is Patrick Reed. Looks like he's got a utility club here, John.
He's going to have to lean on it. Going around about the 230 mark to this front pin just over the water. It's going to be everything, and there's a little hint of breeze back into his face, going to make him think.
What does he do? Does he try for the 3 or does he settle for the 4 and hope? He's got to have assumed that McIlroy birdied the hole behind him.
A fantastic utility club into the 10th.
What a shot. What a shot. Right on line, right over the top of the flagstick. He's still in this.
Not a breath of playing for second in that, nor would we expect it from Patrick Reed given the situation. That was brilliant.
What do you see McIlroy taking off the tee here? Is he going to go with a 3-wood again?
Yeah, I think he's going to go with a 3-wood, yeah. That's his club of choice. It has been so far.
It's like a driver for Shinkwin.
Driver for McIlroy too.
Yeah, there's a little hurt in the air. Just a cushion, just a wall of wind. Just enough so Rory can't run out, nor can Shinkwin. You just don't want to go right. There's a nasty hedge over there, and if you go left, there's a tongue that juts way out into the fairway, encroaches into the fairway. But just enough wind to make you hit the big stick.
Exceptional. Exceptional drive.
That is unbelievably good. Will Rory take the same line with a loopy draw, or will he hold it up a little just to get it to come down softly?
Sit. Oh my goodness, sit. Sit, 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 sit.
He's concerned about the hazard that you can't see the penalty area. Oh, just short of it. Inches away.
Wow. Well, he knew it was in trouble right from the moment he hit it.
You could only see about the top 3 or 4 dimples of that golf ball.
Well, it's far enough down though. You get an iron on it from there. So he knows he's hit it well, and it's only about 330, and he hits it longer than that. He's looking for a signal. We are hearing it is relatively okay. It's dry at least.
Just. Yeah, good job for that fringe grass.
I'm not sure he can get a bad enough lie in that grass. I guess that will be proven. He's not going to have a lot of club left in.
So McIlroy one ahead, Reed As a putt for an eagle 3 here at the 18th.
I can't picture him having any more than about 190 front carry from there.
Yeah, I'm thinking it'll be in around that ballpark. Hopefully the lie is good enough that he can muscle something out onto that left half of the green. It just depends. Oh yeah, well, it's on the paint now. What can that do to the interference between the club face and ball? It's a little bit of uncharted territory, really. Not going to get much spin in any case because of the grass.
As he prows this putt, Patrick Reed down the hill. Got quite a bit of movement off the left-hand side, and this is grease lightning, as our man Radar would say.
What happens right here is probably going to dictate what McIlroy does, whether he chooses to take it on, if it's possible.
I think he's going to take it on. I think he's going to take it on, Dominic. Can't see Reed 3-putting from here.
No, and the thing is, he's going to see it. The leaderboard that's actually in front of where Rory's second shot's going to be, it faces the green. But he'll be aware of what's happening up ahead.
I think Rory's too far down now that there's no point in him nudging something forward. Flush right on the line.
Just wouldn't have been a comfortable walk down there for him. Less than a foot away.
Yeah, whoa. So the eagle putt for Reed. This to post at 19 under.
Just had to tickle it down there, didn't he, and hope for the best. It's a bogey at 16 that really cost him. Chance of not making birdie at 17. And Reed will hit the house at 17 under.
Well, McIlroy does have history with this hole. Look at this, last year on the 72nd hole on your left, yesterday on this hole on the right-hand side, both times finding the water with his second shot at the par 5. Right up.
Well, I don't think he'll lay up. I think he's on that line, as Andrew rightly explained, and it's gnarly paint, so it could jump, which is not a bad thing. I think he'll just bail out way left and try to catch a piece. It's a shorter distance to cover the water on the left-hand side, and I think he'll try to hit it to 50 to 60 feet left of it and take his chances. You would think.
I think it's just a 3-iron fucking nail it. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, the only difference is that the 2 times he ended up in the water, he had wood in hand. This time it's almost certainly going to be an iron. It will be an iron. About, what, 5 or 6?
The benefit of taking the driver off the tee to take that 3-wood, 5-wood approach shot out of the equation. But
McIlroy waits. This is Victor Perez for a closing birdie. Won last week down in Abu Dhabi, the first of the Rolex Series events this year. He's barely breathed on that. Oh. Well, he birdied 17, but a little bit of a disappointing day. 3 over par, playing the 18th. But it's been a good couple of weeks overall in the desert for Victor Perez. In fact, 3 weeks if you start with the Hero Cup and his performance there.
Yeah, huge takeaways and a lot of reward. He stayed in Spain, trained a lot over the winter break. Harder than he's ever worked before. It certainly paid off.
And he's going to pick up a few more Race to Dubai and Ryder Cup points as well. Sean Norris has had a rotten day. That just about says it all.
Yeah, they're ugly and they're horrible as well, because you come in with such high expectations and you just get a big plate of disappointment.
Reed for birdie at the last to get to 18 under, back alongside McIlroy. Yeah, what a final round that is from Patrick Reed. There were some sensational shots in there, and he has shot 65 on Sunday, and he has set the target at 18 under.
Well, somebody had to push him, and the pins were tough. And that's an excellent round of golf there from Reed. Clubhouse lead.
And you see the difference taking 3-wood earlier this week and taking the driver today.
Rory looks like he's got a long loft in his hands.
Suggesting he's laying up.
Well, it's going to be Dan Bradbury first of all.
Go.
Oh, that's never a good sound.
That's just horrid back there. That is not a fun shot to come.
No, that's going to be evil.
.201 after a colossal tee shot, got himself a 4-iron.
Well, that's the reason McIlroy's got the loft, because if somebody as powerful as Shinkwin still hitting 4-iron from a perfect lie in the fairway.
196. Seems a lot of loft. Can't get over there. He's almost in the penalty area. Laying up to his favourite yardage.
Well, of course, he will have known what he has to do and figured out what's the best way, in his opinion, he can make birdie from there. Well, he's given it his all this week. He said he hasn't quite had his A game out there, but McIlroy in with a chance of finishing business here if he can make a birdie at the last.
I don't know what to make of that. Again, I think you could use the grandstands behind the back of the green with the 5-wood, the hybrid, muscle it out there, get it deep into them, get the drop just off the edge of the green, and then hope for a chip and a putt. This is a fiddly little shot that he's left himself.
Is that a result of the scar tissue from those couple of poor shots here?
I do actually believe that's played its part, yeah.
Signing, sealing and delivering in their clubhouse leader, Patrick Reed. I agree with Colty in the fact that I think it was 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, at best anyway. And then how he's feeling, and like you say, last year and yesterday coming into play between the years perhaps.
Yeah, I can. He's got 92 yards, and I can see what he's thinking. He's thinking, okay, well, I can, at worst, I can get myself into a playoff here, and you know, he can win this outright. 92 yards is a fantastic. It isn't fiddly, Andrew. He's laid it back well enough. Harry Diamond and himself summed it all up, and the great thing he's got here is he's got a little wall of wind. Now, we haven't seen too many balls spin this week, but he can hold this one up and give it a little air time into that breeze, and he might even get a little bit of action on it.
Fine shot given the circumstances. He has a look at the putt to win, Rory McIlroy. Still a little outside the comfort zone when he's on the dance floor.
Well, he may feel that this hole owes him something after the heartbreak of last year. The poor shot yesterday.
Yeah, sometimes how it works, isn't it? A little bit unfortunate, didn't get any more grab, but it's a safe play. It comes down to the putting.
Yeah, there's no question all the way through after the drive. He's erring on the side of caution, and giving himself the opportunity to do it. First and foremost.
You take.
He sits, waits, watches. Are we going to see them play together for the first time this week? Or is Rory going to finish the job right here, right now? Couldn't really have written it, could you? Bearing in mind what we've had this week in Dubai.
No, it started with those two, didn't it? And it's finished with them. Incredible. Good performance from Shinkwin though. Learning day for Bradbury. Well, it's not been his best day. He's had a nice little bounce back, but he's left himself a horrible shot here. Sounds like he's made a pretty decent effort, but I think he'll get a touch of help off of Shinkwin's putt, maybe. That was a good shot from Bradbury.
You almost want it to carry on in some ways, don't you? It'd be quite nice to see them going toe-to-toe back down the 18th.
It is tense. No question about that.
Watch McIlroy here a bit all over the line of this putt. Breaks towards the hole.
Stepped in quickly. It's going to be a little length to come for the birdie for Callum Shinkwin. But it would be for his sixth. Since the troubles at the start, he was 3 over through 6. He's done a good job to get himself back inside the top 5.
Rory gently downhill as they shout, "Come on, Rory." Downhill, and just a slider out of his left.
Remember, it is just the first start of the season. He's not won, he says, on his first start previously in his career. But he has a putt here to win this title for the 3rd time in his career. He's done it. Wonderful stuff from McIlroy. And what a start to the year, a winning start with a birdie finish. And he has captured the Hero Dubai Desert Classic for the 3rd time. It's where it all started for McIlroy. The story continues. It's also a first Rolex Series victory. So he's finally got that one off his back as well.
Added meaning there with that. Wasn't the determination hauling him through? Look, he's still pumped up.
He's bulletproof right now, isn't he? The score officially settled, birdie finish to get it done.
Many incentives, and they came through. Congratulations, both of them.
Yeah, well done. That's a really nice up and down, isn't it, from Dan Bradbury. He's finished birdie for a closing 76, and he will be able to go back home, tell the people at Wakefield Golf Club about what it was like to play with Rory McIlroy for the final 2 rounds of the Desert Classic.
What a putt to hole in the 72nd green. Slippery downhill left to righter for the title. Huge points on offer for somebody like Shinkwin.
Well done, really good back nine. He played the back nine well yesterday, and he has come home in 5 under par. He shot a round of 69, and 15 under par gives him 4th place on his own. So as you say, huge Ryder Cup race to Dubai points for Shinkwin. Well, I think we can say that that was business finished.
Yeah, they're locking the front doors, aren't they? At the end of day.
A one-shot victory with a birdie at the last for Rory McIlroy as he captures this title for the 3rd time. Let us hear from our hero, Dubai Desert Classic champion, Rory McIlroy, with INSEE.
Rory, congratulations. You're the 2023 Hero Dubai Desert Classic champion. At the start of the week, you said you had some unfinished business. You've sealed the deal. You're now a Rolex Series champion. Just sum it up for us. What does this victory mean?
Yeah, it means a lot. It's actually funny. Harry said to me, finally we get a gold bib. Obviously I haven't won one of these big ones before, so yeah, look, it was a battle all day. Honestly, it's been a battle all week. I really feel like I haven't had my best all week, but I just managed my game so well and played really smart. You know, even that second shot at the last there, you know, I was in 2 minds. I probably could have got to the green, but obviously with what happened yesterday and what happened last year, try to give myself a wedge and get it up and down to try to get the win. So just, you know, ecstatic. I give myself an opportunity the first week back out, and yeah, you know, I again, as I said, I manage my game well. I definitely feel like there's tons of room for improvement, but it's a great start to the year.
It's no secret that there's been a lot of noise surrounding this week. Given, I guess, who was in the chasing pack, did that spur you on?
You know, I think mentally today was probably one of the toughest rounds I've ever had to play, because it would be really easy to let your emotions get in the way. And I just had to really concentrate on focusing on myself, forget who was up there on the leaderboard. And I did that really, really well. You know, I feel like I showed a lot of mental strength out there today, and again, something to really build on for the rest of the year.
And now you've won a season opening event. How does this shape the rest of your season for you?
Yeah, look, there's been a ton of positives this week, but there's also been some things that I need to learn from and I need to try to improve on. So, look, I'm going to enjoy this. This was this is probably sweeter than it should be or needs to be, but I feel like I've still got some stuff to work on. But you know, as I said, it's a great start to the year, and you know, a really good foundation to work from.
I also just want to touch upon what happened on the 18th of, and given last year what happened and also yesterday. Talk us through your decision making.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like I got lucky that my ball didn't go in the water off the tee shot. You know, it's such an awkward tee shot for me. Driver's too much and 3-wood's not quite enough. So I tried to hit a sort of easy driver, and it came out really, really hot. And you know, I was lucky for it not to go in the water. But I really only had one choice. I needed to lay up, try to get it up and down that way. And you know, I said yesterday with the 2 balls in the water on Sunday last year, and then yesterday, you know, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, and you know, I wasn't going to get fooled a third time. So yeah, it was nice to be able to, you know, play the percentages and make it pay off.
Well, thanks for a fun week, Rory, and congratulations.
Cheers, Incy. Thank you.
Very interesting thoughts from Rory McIlroy, concentrating on himself and his own game. Getting in his own little cocoon. Because it went against his natural instincts, didn't it, laying up there at the last? You can tell that.
Well, I thought there was a lot of going against his natural instincts throughout the day. You know, Reed started applying the pressure fairly early. He was hitting away from pins. That's not normally how he plays. And yeah, you're right there at the end. But just as he explained, wasn't going to make a fool of himself 3 times.
It just goes to show that even the best player in the game right now needs discipline at times. They have those conversations with themselves. I mean, if you'd asked almost everyone on the team, we all would have thought he would have taken 6-iron and blown it over the back left. But he played the percentage play and it paid off.
Another memory to treasure here on this 18th green.
All the more special when you knock it in with a 1 putt on the final green. You have that to win and you take care of business. Going sideways at the end. Come on, I seem to remember a remark like that over at Hazeltine many years ago.
He's had so many memorable moments on this golf course. His first DP World Tour win, one of the first pro events he's ever played, and this is going to be, and that putt in particular is going to be something that he remembers for some time to come, even in the illustrious career he has.
What did you think he meant by it was more important than perhaps he should have made it?
Yes, Dominic, I wondered if you were going to ask that question. Well, there's various things. He's gone on record as sort of saying that, you know, the division that's in the game at the minute, it's been important as he's been the flag carrier for both tours that his game steps up to it. I'm surmising that he may have been hinting along those kind of lines as well. I don't know.
I think we can all agree he's been drawn into a lot. Some willingly, some less so. On and off the course.
Well, I hope you enjoyed this Monday finish. It was worth waiting for, wasn't it? It really was. There are the updated Race to Dubai rankings. McIlroy doesn't quite catch Victor Perez, but he's on his way, isn't he? It's not a bad first step in the Race to Dubai, which he's won 4 times, of course, already. Good moves from Lucas Herbert up to 5th. Julian Brun climbs inside the top 10 as well. And Dan Bradbury, yes, it didn't work out for him out there today, but what a start to his DP World Tour career. It's actually looking good for the Aussies, isn't it, Ali? Min Woo Lee, Lucas Herbert, Jason Scrivener.
They're off to a quick start. Min Woo last week. Lucas here again. Outright 3rd place, the 2020 champion.
That confirms the victory by a single stroke. McIlroy from Reed. And then the 2020 champion, Lucas Herbert. He'll be back again, won't he? A bit like McIlroy, loves it here in the desert. And it's that first Rolex Series finally for Rory McIlroy. Difficult to believe coming into the week that he hadn't won one. The series has been running since 2017. Here we are, almost 7 years later. And he bags his first one. The first gold star. Harry gets his bib.
Thank you, yes.
What a legend, what a legend.
Yeah, I'm guessing he might have felt a little underdressed out on the golf course without it. There's the world #1. Just having a chat there with Michael Torbjornsson as well. The amateur on the way through. He finished inside the top 20.
Yeah, I wonder what that'll do for his World Amateur Golf ranking. I have to admit, I don't know whether appearances in professional tournaments count, but if they do, I think he's got a good chance of moving above Ludwig Aberg into the #1 spot as their friendly rivalry continues.
Thank you.
Has he signed his card yet? I hope he signed his card.
Apart from anything else, Andrew, what a way to start 2023. I mean, it was such a tough year for him in many ways last year. He took an awful lot on his shoulders, didn't he, in terms of the things you've been talking about, but also he had a long break. He took a month off. He said he was exhausted and he needed to refresh himself and come out, and, well, what a way to start.
It certainly was. Desperate, I think, to finally win that first event of the season that he's played in, because that has been a little bit of a hurdle he's tried to get over. He's always brought form in, but he's just so incredibly talented. He's always going to compete irrespective of what level of game that he's brought that particular week. But, you know, what we witnessed last year in terms of the FedEx champion, the DP World Tour champion, the world's #1, McIlroy, has played some of the best golf of his life, and that looks like that may continue again this year.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And you know what? I mean, since 2015, his win here, he hasn't finished outside the top 10. The same was the story down the road in Abu Dhabi, where he never got across the line. And like you say, this is it's not a step in the right direction, it's a run in it.
Well, it's a hefty old trophy, isn't it? The Dalla, the coffee pot. Rory McIlroy's a strong lad and he won't mind one bit raising it for a third time. And our champion is about to receive his trophy. We'll go down for the official prize presentation, where Insi Mehmet will be joined by a couple of distinguished guests. So without further ado, we will head down to the presentation area just behind the practice screen. And Insi.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the prize presentation of the Hero Dubai Desert Classic, hosted by our esteemed guest. To my left, we've got His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Saad Al Maktoum, the Chairman and Chief Executive of the Emirates Airline and Group. And then to Rory's left, we've got Dr. Pavan Munjal, the Chairman and CEO of the Hero Motor Corp. With a winning score of 269, the winner of this year's Hero Dubai Desert Classic is world #1, Rory McIlroy.
It's a heavy one. Yeah. It's been a few years.
Here, the winning moment once again.
Just gave it everything, because he was battling, he never had it all. There was a lot of over-revving.
There is no denying that it was a grind of a week. From start to finish, think about how few fairways he hit the whole time. To get those people out of their seats on the 72nd hole is quite remarkable.
I don't know whether you can call it winning ugly, though, after that. Winning sensible, maybe.
Yeah, well, I mean, nice to see that moment of clarity. Him and probably Harry played a massive part in that as well. I think they've got a tremendous respect for one another. A great working partnership. Won it the old way.
It's a big trophy. He'll get a smaller replica to add to the rest to take home.
Yes, he'll quite enjoy the journey back over to the United States, won't he? We move to Ras Al Khaimah next, just up the road in the United Arab Emirates as we continue the desert swing. So finally the gold star goes next to the name of Rory McIlroy. It was a birdie finish here to pit Patrick Reed to the title. He played some really good stuff out there today. Got himself in a bit of bother at 16 and couldn't quite escape.
Yeah, somebody had to, didn't they? You know, the way Rory had played, and he had that 3-shot lead going out there. It had to come from somewhere to make McIlroy think, and boy, did he steer his golf ball round well.
64 from Henrik Stenson. What a fine finishing round from him.
Yeah, 64s and 65s to those pins out there today as well. That was a Sunday setup, if ever we've seen one around here.
Another good finish for Rasmus Højgaard. In there again, his first week back after the shoulder injury.
Tyrrell Hatton throwing in the usual little Sunday mid-60s round to go shooting up the leaderboard. It's a nice habit to have, isn't it? Not a good day for Justin Harding, who struggled during the final round last year, having taken the lead into Sunday of the Hero Dubai Desert Classic. Very many of those players will be making the short trip up the road. It's only about an hour and 20 minutes or so to Al Hamra Golf Club for the Ras Al Khaimah Championship. A few more duties for our champion to perform before he boards the jet back home. And he won't mind one little bit.
Next goal will be his Masters green jacket. That's what he's looking for. Got off to a perfect start.
He'd never won in January before today. He's never won in April either in his whole career.
3 it is for McIlroy here in the desert. And oh, what a swing it's been so far. We're not finished yet. First of all, the Hero Cup, and then we've had these wonderful Rolex Series events, and what drama they provided, with McIlroy holding the birdie putt at the last to pip Patrick Reed. And last week, Victor Perez in Abu Dhabi.
The Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship. Too good to miss.
What a shot, and what a time to do it as well.
That's probably the greatest shot I've ever hit.
Surely not. No. Victor Perez has won here in the desert.
He's the world #1, Rory McIlroy.
Welcome to the Hero Dubai Desert Classic.
Absolutely brilliant. And he's done it. And he has captured the Hero Dubai Desert Classic.